Okay, and we're live. Should be live. So today, as always, this is I'm gonna sit around for about 10 minutes. So if you're watching this not live, jump ahead to the timestamp that I put in when it actually starts. But what I'm gonna be doing today is watching, listening again. I already did it once, but it was so good, so impactful that I wanted to go back and do it live to discuss and add some of my own thoughts to it, some other information that I have to share. Of this episode of Matt Beall's Limitless podcast, where he interviews a lot of people, alternative thinkers, including Graham Hancock, a little while ago. So this is Danny Hillman, who is the guy that he's not an archaeologist, he's a geologist, geo something, um, who was on a team that excavated Gunang Padang, not fully excavated, but excavated part of it. And there was a lot of controversies surrounding it. His paper eventually got retracted. It was Danny Hillman's paper was featured on Graham Hancock's Ancient Apocalypse. I don't remember if it was retracted before or after the episode aired, but it was. Flint Dibble is involved. It's a whole bunch of things that all come together from my channel that are related to my channel to create this. So we're going to watch it. I have explicit permission from Matt Beall to share this, to react to it like I'm doing right now, or I'm going to in a few minutes. I'm just, hanging out before we start. But there's a lot of stuff here, a lot of stuff here. So if you're in the comments, just, about 10, 12 minutes until we actually start and, say hi and tell me where you're from. I love to hear that. And Sophia is Welsh, and I'm going to assume I don't know how to pronounce that, but I assume that's Welsh. Um, yeah, and I agree. It should be more decentralized. Of course, there's a level of legitimacy that there has to be. There has to be a level of gatekeeping, but it's gatekeeping for the right reasons, and there's a large discussion to be had, which maybe we will here. But this idea, like, of sciences being more decentralized, is a big part of this conversation. Because Danny Hillman, the reason why his paper was retracted and how it ended up, like the stated reason versus what really happened on why it was retracted, we can have arguments about it, but those are two separate things. They're always two separate things: the stated reason for something and the real ultimate underlying um, scenarios, the underlying reasons, I guess. Like, it can be that the paper was, unscientific, as some people say, but at the same time, plenty of papers that are unscientific get published all the time. So there are many like it or worse than it, if you believe the problems that it has, that would not necessarily have gotten a paper retracted if someone else had written it, and published it, and if it hadn't been featured on Graham Hancock's Ancient Apocalypse. And there's a conversation to be had there, and it's a lot deeper than just simply, oh, it was unscientific, so it has to be retracted. Like, that's not a good enough reason. What's up, man? How you doing? All right. So again, we're gonna hang out for a few minutes. If you're watching this not live, I'm gonna put a timestamp in, and I'm just gonna wait for people to come in on YouTube. I usually wait about 10 minutes. Yeah. Oh, and give Matt Beall a follow. If you like my show, you'll probably like his. And if you're on Twitter, come over to YouTube if you want to, or don't. Not your dad. No, I haven't been doing as many lives recently. I fell off a little bit. Well, it's been a few weeks since I did one. Thank you for saying this. I was actually about to talk about my schedule going forward, but I had a thing that put me out of commission for about a week. I had a family, not a family, but a friend emergency. I had to go to a funeral. It's okay, but it did throw off about a week. But another about 2 weeks was just, I was getting some other things done, and I'm going forward. I have I have plans for the channel, essentially a lot more uniform. I need the structure, and I'm applying it to myself now, and I'm in a position to do so right now. So Podcast episodes are going to be every other Monday now, and that's going to start not tomorrow, but the week after, which will be less than 2 weeks since the last release, which was Dr. Elizabeth Weiss, who's a physical anthropologist. That was a great episode, but podcast episodes are going to be once every 2 weeks, starting from next Monday, 8 days from today, as long as you're, I guess, in Eastern Europe right now. I think it's Eastern Central Europe. I think it's becoming tomorrow, soon, or now. Yeah, so brief explanation on the site before the stream starts. Good idea. Yes, I will do that in a second. I'm going to read this one first, and then I'll give you a brief description. This was a great episode. Really have a better understanding of Gunang Padang. And the emails are very telling. Yes, the emails are very telling. This is why I'm doing this. Those were private. And yeah, great example of how messed up the peer review process can be. So Gunang Padang everyone agrees it's an archaeological site, right? And it's in Indonesia. Oh, someone just put in the Discord stream started. Yeah, I meant to share this again. Yeah, sorry, we're live. So Gunang Padang is in Indonesia, and Indonesia is an archipelago nation. I actually used to live there, oddly enough, when I was younger. My dad worked for USAID. Lots of hate for USAID right now, but yeah, my dad worked for USAID. So for 2 years, I lived in Indonesia. A lot of stuff I learned over there. Not only like, we were pretty generally middle class to upper middle class in America, like regular middle class. And sometimes when people say upper middle class, they actually mean rich, but I mean actually upper middle class, not $500,000 a year rich or $1 million a year or like old money wealth. It's not like that. I definitely didn't grow up poor, just to be clear. That's what I'm saying. But I wasn't rich. But the 2 years I was in Indonesia, I was just around like very rich people. Like some people had families so rich. Like in the school I went to, it was an international school. Only time I went to private school, we were like the poor kids, and we were not poor at all. It was the most money my dad ever made. It was like, I mean, at the time it was like 200 grand a year or something living in Indonesia. And there's other expenses associated with that, but it was a lot of money, and it would be very much upper middle class in America, but Indonesia. And compared to most of the people in the country, yeah, we were rich, but compared to the kids I went to school with, I was the poor kid. That meant something different. No one like made fun of me for that, but like some kids had mansions, and I was friends with the ambassador of New Zealand's son. It was crazy. God, I digress again, but that's what the first 12 minutes are for, man. The point is, it's in Indonesia. For 2 years. I was out there for 2 years. The point is, the site's in Indonesia. It is supposedly like a few thousand years old, and there are multiple units on Gunang Padang. So multiple different, like, not strata. It's like there are multiple different distinct archaeological constructions, and there's unit 1 and I think 2. Some of the units, at least one of the units, is a area that is agreed on from other archaeologists that did it, archaeologists that eventually went on to talk to Flint Dibble on his YouTube channel. Those archaeologists say it's this old, and then there are other units, unit 2, 3, and 4. I don't remember the status of 2, but 3 and 4 are supposedly much older units. And the organic material from those units has been dated to a certain time period of like, I think 25,000 years old, which would put the timeline way, 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 way back and mean that Unit 1 was constructed on an older site. But there is disagreement amongst Danny Hillman, who you see in the thumbnail, it's a dramatization of a picture. They're like showing these voids, these tunnels inside Gunang Padang. And Danny Hillman and his team believe that there is enough evidence to show that this is a human-occupied site, and the organic material being dated, even though it doesn't have artifacts within it. There aren't like specifically, like there isn't anything that is a dead ringer that it's human. The analysis of the voids of these geological features or geoarchaeological features from within, from this surveying data that penetrates the ground. I forget what they specifically used. It's barely an archaeology term. It's more like a geology term, but that, and there's like this little like stone that appears to resemble a dagger, and they're just fighting over whether unit 3 and 4, which go back to 25,000 years ago, is actually human or not. And it's the dumbest thing ever. But yeah, that's what this is about. And the information from this podcast is brand new. Matt Beall flew, I mean, I assume he flew Danny Hillman from Indonesia to Florida, I think, and they talked about it. And it was new information we didn't have before, including private emails. And it's just a great episode. If this is brief, I can't wait to get into it. Yeah, we're going to be, I'm about to start, actually. I usually start about 10 to 12 minutes in, and that's where we're at, excuse me, right now. And we got about 30 people watching on the YouTube, which is a really good start for a live, probably because I haven't been live in a while. But the last thing I'll say is my new schedule, every, starting the week after tomorrow, 2 weeks, every 2 weeks, every other Monday, new episode, new podcast episode. I now have a back catalog. I have 2 ready. And I'm going to be doing unthemed streams that are going to be private after they're live to just the Patreon and the YouTube members. And that's going to be every Wednesday from now on. I'm going to try to make that happen. My schedule's a little hectic, but I'm going to try that starting this Wednesday. And then sporadic themed streams like this one, I'm going to just do whenever. But the 2 things, every 2 weeks, you're going to get 2 unthemed streams, 1 podcast episode, and hopefully I'll turn those unthemed streams, some of that, into longer content. But yeah, let me just throw in a timestamp, and we're going to get started with Gunang Padang. This is a very, very interesting thing if you've followed the drama and if you haven't. Oh, gosh. I just heard my own voice. I hate that. So what's up, guys? Everybody say hi in the comments, please. And comment not only in the live chat, but also in the real comments below the video. I would appreciate that if you did. And like the video, please. I appreciate it. So yeah. Old heads. Okay. So we're going. All right. Sorry, I'm just putting the timestamp in and then we're going to get started. Yep. Timestamp is 12:50. Start here. Okay. All right. And if you're not already, Patreon link is down below. Early unedited episodes. There are 2 podcast episodes there already. My voice isn't very weird to us, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it. I think everybody feels that way about their own voice. It's weird to hear it back to you, but we're going to get started. This is Danny Hillman talking to Matt Beall. We're going to just do it from the beginning, and the link to his account is also down below. Let me know how the audio is of the video when it starts, which is now.
I'm Danny Hillman. I'm a scientist.
You're probably the world's top expert on Gunang Padang.
That means the chambers is already there, so it has been existed before the angle rise. Even if we don't have the carbon dating, it's easily to see that it's more than 10,000 years old. And the materials of the Kujang stone is not the same as...
Yeah, this is the stone. This is the one they argued about this on Graham Hancock. We're going to talk about it.
Rocks in Unit 3, very, very clearly it's not a natural rock formation. Yeah, the shape of the statue also is showing it's very old because it's pre-Hindu. And it's clearly man-made structures. I think there is no doubt. There is no argument to see otherwise. Sunda land may be one of the ideal places for exploring the Atlantis. Do you know there's an investigation on your paper? I said, no.
How do you feel when somebody from America who's never been to this site is calling you imaginative? What does that feel like?
What the hell they are talking about? We already have decided that it will be retracted. So they have decided to retract it before they discuss it with us. It's always back to the comments by Flint Dibble, the archaeologist.
And has he ever been to Indonesia, do you know?
No.
And so you're 100% convinced that Unit 1, 2, and 3 are all man-made structures?
Absolutely.
Dude, when I watched this, it was live. I didn't see that intro. What a great
Well,
intro
thank you
he
for
has.
flying across the world to come be here on the Limitless podcast.
Very long flight.
It is, yeah.
I don't know, like 30 hours.
Was it really?
Including the stopping, 25 hours. Maybe.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate
Thank you
you.
very much, yeah.
Appreciate your time. Appreciate you being
My
here.
pleasure.
You've got an incredible story to tell. Why don't we start? So what we're going to do is we're going to introduce you. You're going to let us know who you are. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the ancient sites within Indonesia, and then we're going to get into Gunang Padang. And I'm going to work on my pronunciation of that as the episode goes on, and then we'll talk about maybe your paper and a little bit of the drama regarding your paper. So it was you put out this scientific paper that explains your perspective on the site and
Right.
how old it is. You sent it to a publisher. It was peer reviewed. It was published. It was accepted.
Yeah.
And then Flint Dibble and a couple of his friends got a look at this paper and decided that they were going to put complaints in, and they complained to the publisher, and then ultimately the paper was
It's not
retracted.
Flint Dibble, though.
I'm sorry.
It's not Flint Dibble to complain to the publishers.
Right. So we'll talk all about that. That's a big deal, and I know in addition to that, you're also going to be presenting at the Cosmic Summit this year, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, I hope so. I would like
God,
to.
I want to go to that, but I can't.
Yeah, for sure. Well, good. Well, introduce yourself if you could. Let us know who you are and what are your credentials.
Yeah, I'm Danny Hillman Natawidjaja is my family name. I'm in West Java, Indonesia. I'm a scientist working for the it's called the Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional.
Wait, he has a PhD from Caltech? How would we not talk about this? I didn't even know this. An MS from the University of Auckland. I'm not familiar, but I assume it's a pretty good university in New Zealand. And then a PhD from California Institute of Technology, Caltech. That's like one of the best science schools in the country, in the world. That's insane.
Agency for Research and Innovation of Indonesia is BRIN. It's the only government research institute, and also usually supervise the PhD student in universities or my professors. My major is in geology. I specialize in earthquake. It's called the earthquake geology and paleoseismology. I got my PhD from Caltech. My master geology from University of Auckland. So I'm starting my career initiate the research in active faults in earthquake in Indonesia. I'm the very first one to introduce the earthquake science to Indonesia when in the 1990s. At that time, that people doesn't really know what's earthquake, and also I introduced tsunami. At that time, also people doesn't know what tsunami is, and they think I'm crazy. So I'm a bit accustomed to introducing something new to the people, and people like a bit rejecting it. And in the past decade, I'm interested in geoarchaeology, which I think is also important. And it's not really known to Indonesian people, even to the archaeological community, the application of the geology and geophysics to archaeology, which I think is very important. And it's not being applied in Indonesia, and it's not really applied like all over the world. It's still in the frontier science, I think. So, that's about me, I think. Yeah.
How long had you worked at the site of Gunang Padang?
Yeah, I first starting working on Gunang Padang in 2011, like October.
Okay.
So at that time, I have a researching the active fault. One of the active fault in Indonesia, the major active fault is called Cimandiri Fault in West Java, and that active fault runs through near Gunung Padang. So I have a high resolution DAM, the digital elevation model, high resolution enough, like 5 meters.
So it's a little hard his accent. I don't know if his accent is hard for anyone else. It's easy for me because I'm familiar with it. But on the very like sciencey words, it's hard. But right now he's talking about, and this is very important. He's talking about him predicting a massive tsunami that hit Aceh, Indonesia, on the island of Sumatra, I think, in the early 2000s. And this was a very, very significant tsunami. It was huge, and it hurt a lot of people. Put the CC on. Good idea. Yes, I'm putting the CC on. And he predicted this. This was like the most. This was, at least in Indonesia's modern history, the worst natural disaster ever. I was there on a separate island on Java, which is where Gunang Padang is, a few years after that.
Yes. So at that time, I've been like looking at the Gunung Padang. It's like a peculiar morphology, a landscape, because it looks like very young. What I'm saying young is like thousands of years age, like tens of thousands years age maybe, compared to the surrounding very old rocks, tertiary volcanic rocks, which is like millions of years old. So I think
my face
why
is
this hill looks very young, and the shape is very interesting, like a symmetric shape. It's very stand out. And I found out in the internet there's a megalithic site on top of the hill. So I checking it. So that megalithic hill has been like discovered like very long time ago in the Dutch colonialism. It's the 1850s, and then by geology, and then in 1917, I think, the Dutch archaeologist also has a note on this Gunung Padang as a megalithic site on top of the hill, and he said that it might be like an ancient cemetery. But after that, there is no research on that. It's just like forgotten until a local people in 1979 reported to the local government.
He's going to talk about the tsunami a little bit later, I think.
On top of the hill, like an archaeological site.
So 1979.
So in 1980, the government, the archaeology,
for Gunang Padang,
starting to study that hill. So then in like 1985, the Gunung Padang become the provincial archaeological site. There's a provincial archaeological site, and there's a national heritage, So in 1985, the Gunung Padang is a provincial like heritage level. So the works of the archaeology in Gunung Padang is like from 1985 to 1990, I think. But then it's like forgotten. It's not really known to people. So until in 2011, I look into that and do some small research. And I also at that time, I tell my friend who is very close to the president at that time, Andi Arief, is the special staff for the Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono president, that he, for the natural disasters things, which I'm like in my major field, so that's why I know Andi Arief, the special staff of the president, and I tell them about this ancient site, and he's very interested, and he helped me like organize things. Not really give me a big money, no, it just facilitating me, getting a permission and stuff. So that's it. So I surveyed Gunung Padang, and I have some results, very interesting results, indicating some like man-made structures there. At first, I would like to keep it like silent. I don't want to tell people like prematurely. I would like to research that seriously first, and then tell later after the publication. But well, Andi Arief is a political guy who would like to tell something to the public, for excitement. I don't know. But the thing is, he tell people about our research in Gunung Padang, and it's become like viral. Everyone is talking about that. So the controversy also starting when we are doing the survey. So we are doing the survey in Gunung Padang from 2011 to 2014. So like 3 years, very intensive survey using all kind of methods in geology. That include the core drilling, trenching archaeology also, because we also have the the archaeology team in my team. It's a big team. Geophysics, archaeology. Even we also have the expert in civil engineers and architect.
How many people on your team?
As you see on the authors of the paper, is I don't remember, like 9 people. But the thing is, it's only a leader of the particular works, like.
Right. So what he's saying, these are 15 people that are cited on the paper, and these are all like head scientists, and then they all have their own graduate students and techs and whatever else. So the people that worked on this was a lot more than 15. That's the point. In America, they'd usually probably still give them a credit, a writing credit on the paper, depending, but whatever. Regardless, we're going to deal with a little bit of cultural difference here, even though he is a Western-educated Caltech PhD, which I didn't realize. I don't, obviously, illegitimate scholar here. I don't necessarily, I do respect academic credentials, and even like maybe a more prestigious one in certain cases. I just don't do it to a fault, I guess. So that is still impressive to me. It's not impressive on its own. You still need other things, but in combination, it is impressive to me. But I digress. I'm sorry. I know some people are saying they can't understand him that well, but I can't do anything about that. The CCs are on. And I'll say specific words if they're important. But yeah, let's keep going.
For the geophysics, we have Professor Bagus Endra, just one person, but actually he has like a team also, like lots of students, and also his colleagues helping him doing a survey. But we don't write all the things that involved in the survey, just the leaders of the people. But still, like 9 people in the 9, a big authorship on the people. So it's lots of people.
So it was called an archaeological site in 1980 or 1985. It was labeled
since 1985. Yes.
Okay.
As a provincial heritage.
So that means it was man-made, right?
Oh yes. They.
Right.
They're
Yeah.
already accepting it.
I'm surprised people are having trouble understanding him besides the very sciencey words either. But I don't know. I think I tend to understand accents better than a lot of people. So I don't know. Different people might be having trouble. Some people are saying it's a problem. But yeah, that's good. We're good. We'll leave the CCs on, and I will stop interrupting until I have something more to say.
Man-made, but it's only one layer. Yeah.
So the first layer, the unit one is what they're accepting, and
that's right.
There's 3 units.
Okay, so just
and
unit
also
1.
It's just in the top of the hill, because our archaeological team find out that the rock terraces is not just in top of the hill, but it's spreading downhill also. So it's also big.
Okay.
So unit 1, unit 2 is here, unit 3 is here, but the unit 1 rocks enveloping unit 2. So the green part is all unit 1, I think. It's a little bit confusing, but it has more descriptions here, but they're going to show other diagrams of it as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it. That's the site.
Yes.
And you're there, you're exploring the site, you're attempting to figure out whether or not unit 2 and unit 3 are also man-made.
This is very important picture that I'm giving here. So in 1985 until 2011, before us, the archaeology only recognized that green structures, the unit 1. So that is the problem. But the other elements, like unit 2, they don't recognize it as the man-made structures. That thing is an outcrop, natural geological rocks. That is the great mistake of interpretation. But as you see, just from the shape, the yellow one, actually the main structures of that rock terraces. So the green one is on the envelope, the yellow one on the side. And also they put the thin soil on the top of that yellow structures. So if you dig that T1, is terrace 1, the soil that cover unit 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the T's are for terraces, not the different unit numbers. That's why he's saying terrace 1. Okay, so T1 is not the same as unit 1. Okay, unit 1 soils, unit 1 rock structures, Unit 2 buried under thin soil, Unit 2 exposed rock structures. So there's nothing for Unit 3 and 4 here. And then Unit 1 rocks enveloping Unit 2. It looks like he's saying the green is Unit 1. And then Unit 1 soils is over here, is the same color as the Unit 2 buried under thin soil. It's a confusing diagram. The terraces are the different elevation levels. The terraces, T1. So those are different elevations, but it's mixed in what the different units are, because some of the units built around the other ones enveloping them rather than them just being like different distinct parts. Yeah.
It's only like I don't know, a few tenths of centimeters. Yeah.
So, and Unit 1, 2, 3, and 4, these are all distinct constructions of different age archaeologically. And it's argued about whether all of these units, besides one, are human in origin. How deep are the terraces? I don't know. He might go into it.
So that was put there by humans.
Yes.
Yeah.
So just from the visual observation, they should recognize that the site has two phases of the construction, yellow and green.
I guess we can dig into this site now and then maybe come back a little bit later to some of the other ancient mysteries around Indonesia. But there's a lot of old sites in Indonesia. There's a lot of sites that date back to like we don't know when they date back to.
We don't know the dates, but I think it's very old. As old as maybe it's Gunang Padang, Unit 1, Unit 2. Well, Unit 3 is very special.
Maybe we go there now just for a few minutes and maybe talk about some of the older some of the other stonework within Indonesia, because we don't talk about Indonesia a lot on this channel, and I think in the West we kind of skip over Indonesia. We talk a lot about Egypt. We talk a lot about
Southeast Asia is like forgotten.
But is it possible? It is possible. I don't know. When I look at it, what I see is that it needs more information, but that it isn't necessarily bad. And maybe his conclusions are a little bit stretching. That's what I see so far, but it's definitely not to the level. Ancient civilization or aliens? I mean, there isn't really a consensus, is the thing. The argued about units, the older units that are older, it's just the argument is about whether they were human origin or not. There hasn't really been enough research for me to say definitively one way or the other. That's my opinion. I think this is the correct title. Sometimes mine screws up, but Gunang Padang is 100% man-made. Obviously, Matt disagrees with me, but that's fine. That's fine. For me, I'm just not sure. But what I am sure about is that it's not good for the people on the other side that think it's not man-made to be making the kind of declarative, definitive statements about it not being human in origin and that the research is unscientific. I don't think that is legitimate. I think that's some BS. And I'm going to explain why in parts of this video with some other information.
Not really talking about Southeast Asia archaeology
Yes.
in the worldwide community. Yeah.
Right. So you're 6 degrees off Gunang Padang is
6 degrees south.
6
from
degrees south
equator.
of the equator, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, anytime, so humans have been here for at least a couple 100,000 years, and so this equatorial land would have been prime real estate during an ice age, during a time when there was a lot
one
of
large
ice on the
land
Earth.
mass
People would
because
have
of
been
lower
near at the equator, and
sea
so
levels.
this is like prime real estate for
It's
that.
like a paradise, actually.
Right.
A paradise line
Right.
in the ice age. At that time, there's 3 big islands, Kalimantan, Java, and Kalimantan.
Right. So this Sunda land right here, this was all land. All of this in this lightish white green color here. This was all land. And these islands are Indonesia. Singapore's right here, Malaysia's over here, but this whole island is part of Indonesia. Most of this is Indonesia besides Brunei rather. Java, these smaller islands, Lombok, Bali, these are all Indonesia. This over here is Indonesia. This is Indonesia, and even farther off. But this is where Gunang Padang is, here on the island of Java, and then, but all of this was land. It's huge. It's absolutely massive because we're looking at it on a map. If you look at it on a globe, it'll show you the true size of it. But because it's around the equator, it always looks smaller than it actually is. And then something like Greenland looks massive, even though it's not that big.
Java and
It's farther
Sumatra
away.
still connected. become a big island. It's called the Sunda land. So now between Kalimantan, Java, and Sumatra, there's a shallow seas, Java Sea and the Kalimata Strait. It's only like 60 to 100 meter depth. So it's shallow seas. So during the ice age, it's
above water. All of that's above water.
It's
right.
a very beautiful valley and flow, a major river like a Nile River in between that island. Very beautiful. It's very fertile. It's surrounded by...
Right. So he's talking about a river valley here. This would have been prime real estate here. A big river, which would bring fertility to the area around it. This is where we see civilizations first emerge in places like the Fertile Crescent and the Yellow or the Yangtze, or is that the same thing? I don't remember. River in China, and then the one there's another one in Africa, and then there's the Nile, and then there's one in like Pakistan around there.
Resources, the land is very fertile, the jungles, and surrounded by the mountain volcanoes. There's also lots of earthquake.
Yeah.
But it's a paradise.
You must talk about the
land. Right.
Tsunami experience later.
Sea levels would have been
130 meters below sea level now.
130 meters below now. So
ice age.
So 400 feet. So all of this land, all of this would have been above the water. That whole left side of
Sumatra, Java, Kalimantan, that's connected to Malaysia and connected to the Asia, Southeast Asia. So this land is like a big promontory region.
See, Vietnam up here, which is itself a huge country.
And so
Thailand.
if humans were doing anything back in the Ice Age, we would probably see evidence of that via some big monolithic, megalithic stone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
So we are looking at Gunang Padang is one of the highland, but I think the main civilization, I think, is under the sea now.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So the land, if we're discussing the viability of this, the land that is now above water would be inland, whereas closer to the river with lower sea levels, which now are completely underwater, the lower the sea level gets, you're looking at a few feet above sea level or river level at the time. That's going to be the most fertile land, and that would all be underwater now. I hadn't really considered it that way, but that is true. That is how it would be.
Okay. So yeah, we're going to need some scuba gear to figure that out. But what we have right now is stuff that's above the water. And could you walk us through
we do have some water too.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. But could you walk us through some of the ancient megalithic work that's above water, and then maybe Ryan can pull it up as you're talking?
Yes. So Gunang Padang is one of them. There are many of them that include the pyramids in Toba that I recently discovered last year. And there are vast megalithic areas in central Sulawesi that looks like similar to the Easter Island and also Gobekli Tepe, the statues, granites. Lots of them, like
granite.
Maybe. Well, we have discovered like hundreds of granite statues and Kalamba, like a big vase, right? But the local archaeologists believe there are still thousands of these granite statues there that's still buried under the ground and also hidden in the jungles. This is one of the major megalithic sites, and it's unexplored. We don't know the ages also. And there's also another big megalithic...
Human beings for scale. There's Graham Hancock, I think. Gosh, they're so incredible. Such distinct art style there.
Region in Sumatra, in central Sumatra. It's called in the Pasema region. And if you look at the statue, I don't have the pictures here, but it looks like the Olmec statue. Very similar. And it also it's not explored yet.
Okay.
That the Pasema megalithic.
I assume he's talking about this one kind of looking like the Olmec statues. It bears a resemblance. I tend to not give what are they called? Like aesthetics, like similar aesthetics, unless there's a lot of them and on different things. I tend to not give that a lot of a lot of different similar artifacts on aesthetics. I don't give that a lot of credibility usually, but it is true. It is like he says. Like the video, please. I appreciate it.
Structure you could search on the internet. So, and well, there's also unpublished data that I have showing the sunken harbor and that shallow sea. So the Sunda land in Indonesia in general, it's very interesting. It's an area that we should explore much more in terms of the ancient sites. I think we could find many interesting things there.
Not yet, Gio.
So what would be, besides Gunang Padang, what would be the single most impressive site that you would want to tell people about? So Ryan can pull it up and we can talk about it.
Yeah, on land, I think it's that megalithic sites in Central Sulawesi. The place where the megalithic are is called the Bada, Napu, and Besoa valleys, 3 big valleys on the mountainous region. It's a very beautiful region, and it has a granite status. This one, yeah, as the status made from granite, and also that the cylinder fast is also very interesting. The diameter is good up to like 3 meters at the found, and also there are similar. We call it kalamba, that the cylinder stuff. It also we found it in I think is it in Thailand, also in India. There are 3 areas in the Southeast Asia has that a similar, artifacts.
The same style, the same
style, but I think it's different rocks. Okay. So in India it's a sandstone, but in Sulawesi it's a granite. Okay. Yeah.
But potentially could be the same people.
This is called Palindo.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that looks like the Göbekli Tepe stuff.
Yes.
With the,
the hands.
Yeah, yeah, and the phallus thing and the that looks very similar to Göbekli Tepe. But there's no so this is granite. So this could be dated through OSL, optical stimulated luminescence.
This is a type of dating that they still use sometimes. Archaeologists tend to support more the radiocarbon dating, but they still use luminescent dating. I've seen it as recently as a paper from 2024, and that's only because 2025 there's not a lot released yet
or whatever.
Yes, that the cosmogenic dating will be very ideal for this.
Right.
Statue.
Right. So as soon as somebody decides, hey, it's a good idea to go to Indonesia and to test these rocks to see how old they actually are, we could find that out.
Oh yeah.
So what do you think is holding? Easy. What do you think is holding people back from doing that? Is it just because the technology?
I think not many people understand that. Not many people are excited as me to find out what is the date of. And well,
Emmanuel is right about luminescence, the latest possible date, rather than the actual
dating method. It's not really known.
Because I think luminescent dating is dating the last time it was exposed to light somehow. I don't really know how it works, but I think that's what it does.
Especially in Indonesia, where most of the archaeology has a background in social science, not physical science.
Right. So this is the difference of anthropology in different places. Like in North America, the US and Canada, anthropology includes archaeology. So anthropologists, even if you're a cultural anthropologist, you're going to have like some archaeology stuff. Whereas in Europe, and I guess how he's talking about in Indonesia, anthropology is much more of archaeology is its own separate field. And then anthropology is also its own separate field from that. So he's saying it's not a physical science. Whereas in America, if America or Canada or even Europe, an archaeologist would have a background in physical sciences to varying degrees, but they would have some of it. They would understand it because they would have to.
They don't really understand how to date that.
So the dating of a lot of the sites in Indonesia are supposedly goes back to like 1000 BC or something.
Well, like that Calamba and
Oh, what's up, JT?
Satu in Central Sulawesi. There's no dates, but the general agreement between archaeology is dated back.
JT is a PhD or PhD student in archaeology that also has a YouTube. Shout out to Actual Archaeology with JT. So that's good because some of these things I'm not as familiar with the technical dating or the technical details of it in a lot of ways, because for me, cultural anthropology, I know some of the archaeology stuff. I've done it, but it's definitely not my specialty. But yeah, I guess JT, the first question I'd have would be like luminescence dating. I understand it. Well, congrats on that. Should be done in the fall. I understand luminescence dating, and I understand what it is. I don't understand like the technical details of it, I guess. But yeah, let's keep going.
Like 2500 BCA, something like that.
Okay. That's where they put everything.
Yeah. It's connected to history when, they believe there's a big migration from Yunnan, the South Asia, to Indonesia that, bringing the cultures down, something like that. And that happened around that time. So it's relating to the history that they know, not really based on actual dating.
So you think this stuff is older or could be older?
I think it's very old. I think it could be as old as Göbekli Tepe.
Yeah. Okay. And so, I mean, it's very similar depictions of the human arms on the body and the phallus and the even the eyes.
Yeah, the shape of the statue also is showing it's very old because it's pre-Hindu Buddha.
Right. And potentially a tie into like even Easter Island, maybe there.
I think so.
Yeah.
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think the Easter Island doesn't have a good date also.
No, I agree. Okay, so what other sites before we get on to Gunang Padang?
The Toba pyramids. That's also very interesting because it's grande, it's large structures. And it's like recently discovered. I think this is the very important finding in Indonesia since Independence Day, I think. But
right, so this is this has nationalist
the
consequences.
Doesn't really put interest on that. But I need some fund and permission to continue.
It is a little.
Actually,
similar.
I did some survey here, preliminary. Conducting that electric tomography survey here, and also I have
electric
some
tomography. I think you said.
But I haven't do that because I don't have money to send the samples to Florida. Actually,
oh really?
Analytic, yeah.
And they're in Florida, which is why that's
fun
funny.
to do that. I think the age of these rock terraces would be similar to the unit one of the Gunung Padang. I would guessing like 3,000 to 4,000 BCE, but it is potential to have older layers beneath it, according to our survey. It is very amazing sites. It's large. There are 3 large structures like this.
So description from these 2 comments from JT about the different types when it was last exposed to heat and the sun, is the radiation that the sun puts out. So yeah, that is a very simple and easy to understand explanation of what it is that I did not know, or at least I don't remember. I probably knew that at some point and didn't commit it to memory, frankly. But regardless, thank you, JT. And if you click on his profile, he is one of the people doing good stuff from within archaeology, and he's a friend.
Largest one has the height of 120 meters from the bottom, and it's clearly man-made structures. I think there is no doubt. There is no argument to see otherwise. It's not known because at the first time, like you see here, it's like camouflage from the surrounding natures.
Right.
So
it was
in
hidden.
geology, we call
the structure
it like
was hidden by nature
shape.
growing around it.
A triangular shape is a natural one. It looks like it, but if you look very carefully, it's not a triangular shape at all. It's made by rock terraces. And
yeah, so there are rock terraces under the ground, all of this dirt, soil that covers it. Soil would be the broader term. And soil is honestly an archaeological term that is used. But yeah, this is probably about to get into the issue of whether this is a pyramid or not. Flint Dibble seems extraordinarily annoyed that they used the word pyramid, both Danny and Graham Hancock. I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's maybe not 4 equidistant sides pyramid, but I think it's enough. Regardless, it doesn't matter if you're. It's just really stupid to me because it's quibbling about the definition when you can see what it is and they call it a pyramid and they're like, yeah, it's like a pyramid. And I don't know why you're gatekeeping words to this extent, but regardless.
It's close to the heritage site here, actually. It's close to the King
it is
Palace
semantics
here in
to me.
Toba. Sisingawangaraja King. So it's just in front of that, in the same valley. But it's very surprising that nobody noticed that until we found it. So that's also a very interesting site to be explored.
So how many more structures are there that are still hidden
Dude,
under?
Mini
And in
Minuteman is
between
such
that
a
pyramid, there are
scrub.
lots of megalithic structures.
Yeah.
It's like blending into the local villages, and the local villages that's like
Yes.
accepted as like, well, it's our heritage, it's ancient heritage. And if we ask them how old, well, we don't know. Grandfather, great-grandfather is already there. But so if
Petty minds quibble non-issues.
there's a study, if
Yes.
we mapping all these megalithic sites and also the pyramids, if we just like clearing all the trees, wow, it will be just like amazing megalithic areas.
Right.
And not just for science, but also for tourism.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
Very high potential, this one.
Right.
This is the
right.
4th most populous country in the
you're
world.
In favor
It's a big
of
country.
clearing the jungle and cleaning it up and restoring
Thanks,
it
JT.
and figuring out what's there.
Yes, but I think the first step we have
You're
to
right,
do
Air
the
Mitch.
LiDAR before the clearing. So we
So he wants to do LiDAR. LiDAR isn't LiDAR just not, it's very shallow. I don't know how that's going to help, but that would help you survey. It's especially useful in jungle settings because the jungle canopy and even just on the ground, little plants, they can hide like structures that you can't see from the ground, even though they're right below you, just because of the density of the plants and everything. And LiDAR is very useful in those cases. So it would be useful for surveying a large area here. Right. It looks through the foliage. That's the best way to put it, Big Rolling. And the foliage is dense, so you can hide it. I liked Stephen Milo before he started talking about Graham. I'm okay with Stephen Milo. I probably, the worst things he said I haven't seen. I could forgive some of them, though, especially with how high tensions were at a certain point. But Stephen Milo is not one that I put at the top of my list of people that I think are bad. Regardless, he's talking about LiDAR here. I might go back like 5 seconds.
a step we have to do the LiDAR before the clearing, so we know before we clearing it. Yeah,
Right.
LiDAR mapping.
Yeah, it looks like it's in a beautiful part of Indonesia.
This
at
is a
high
different
spot
site.
that's like right by
Oh,
a lake
okay,
that's
he's
like
talking about
waterfront
Toba.
property, I mean, it's just perfect. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful location. It's makes total sense that there would be some ancient structure there that we've, just
Gorgeous.
been ignoring for thousands of years.
Right.
Yeah. Anything else in Indonesia
What a
that
comment.
jumps out?
Fantastic.
Yes,
Love you guys.
we have a data, an underwater data showing the sunken harbor, which is very exciting.
Some
I'm
harbor?
still looking for,
Sunken harbor.
a research grant to do that, the ocean exploration. It's a sunken harbor. It's like 5 kilometers wide. It's really exciting. I would like to really know that really a sunken harbor. I mean, it's from the high resolution short bathymetry in Sunda Strait. Yeah, this is a sunken harbor. We haven't published it. We are still looking for, a fund to do the marine exploration here,
I do love etymology.
just to
I don't know where this site is.
find out. That's the blue one is the suspected sunken harbor.
Maybe
That is about 150 meter below the sea level. And the green one that's surrounding that, the blue, is about 60 meters below the sea level now. If you look into that rectangular shape of that blue, and I have consulted with my friend has consulted with the harbor engineers, and they
Harbor engineers?
think that it's not natural at all. Me, geologist, also doesn't think that it's a natural phenomena. So it is very potential that it is a sunken harbor. So if you look into the depth, about 60 meter depth, that means this.
I love how
harbor
Flint
should be
is
as
just
old
catching
as,
strays right now.
like 12,000 years ago.
12,000
Do we have
years
any
ago.
images from underwater?
12,000 years ago, it was
I have
underwater.
the original data.
Or it
of
was
that,
above
and
water.
It's not just that. There are lots of
So what he just said was that this harbor became underwater 12,000 years ago, and and that harbor engineers say that it doesn't look natural. So that would imply that human beings created it more than 12,000 years ago. And honestly, the funny thing is that the logic of this right here is the exact logic that the first site that Flint Dibble shared on the podcast with Graham Hancock, which was a site that Flint Dibble claimed dated to the Younger Dryas period, but it did not. And this was a wall, a hunting wall that he described. He called it from the Younger Dryas, even though it dated to over 1,000 years after the Younger Dryas, and the dating was not in the context of human artifacts. It was said to be human based on the orientation of the stones. That was the methodology used, and it didn't matter that there were no artifacts. And he just lied about the dating. He said it was from the Younger Dryas, which would make it an Ice Age site, and it's not. It was from over 1,000 years after by the dating. So yeah, this logic here, the same methodology, which is saying, and they discussed in the paper the dates that they could have used. In the hunting wall paper, they discussed the dates that would be possible for human habitation coming from when it was above water. So the same thing is this, because this is, you have experts saying this looks like it's human construction from the orientation of the site, from how things are built. That makes it look man-made, which is the same thing that caused the hunting wall people to say that it was man-made. Neither have found artifacts, and they use the same. It's insane. But when it's something like this, Flint Dibble is going to say it's BS. But when it's a hunting wall he likes, he's going to say no, it's fine, and also it's 2,000 years older than it is.
An interesting thing that come up from that the underwater survey. We have this data. It's not we are exploring the sunken harbor because it's a plan to have a bridge between Java and Sumatra, crossing that area, the Sunda Strait. That's an old plan that has been held. The ocean bridge. So that's why my friend Gegar Prasetya do this submarine mapping, the multi-beam swords for that bridge.
Okay.
Yeah, the sciencey terms he uses are geology stuff. So I don't know them.
So a lot of underwater exploration to be done there, and potentially
Yes.
could find the remnants of an ancient.
Yeah, and also there's another underwater data from the Gulf of Thailand after this, from the
Gulf of
seismic
Thailand.
3D. That's
Seismic
showing the
3D
irrigation system.
and
Like the
irrigation
irrigation
system.
because it's rectangular.
Potentially.
It's not the river flow, not the ancient river, but the irrigation system because it's a rectangular web of water.
I'll have to take his word for that, 'cause
tunnels,
that's not
water.
not my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
But this is again that same logic behind that hunting wall that Flint talked about. It's looking at the orientation of a feature, I guess, of natural objects. In this case, it's the flow of water, and saying that based on the way this is flowing, just like the hunting wall is based on the way these rocks are oriented next to each other, it's based on human and not natural phenomenon. And it's the same logic. And it's things like that that allow scientists to, if they want to, kind of change what something means depending on their own political, ideological, personal beliefs. It's in that interpretation that is not as scientific as like the makeup of the chemical makeup of water, H2O or something, that allows them to say, I'm the expert, I know what it is, because it's in that interpretation. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
So it's showing on the 3D seismic in the Gulf of Thailand. That data is come from the seismic exploration for oil, but the geophysicist from the company is interested in ancient masonry, so he processed the data, the shallow
the
data
company
of the seismic
was
3D.
interested.
Like the shallow mean is from the bottom of the sea to like a few hundred meters down. In the oil,
Just like Matt Beall, who's just interested in this stuff, so he throws his weight behind it, I guess. And we appreciate it, Matt. Everybody show some love to Matt. I linked to his profile or his YouTube channel below. Really, really great show to watch if you like my channel. Lots of low overlap. So go ahead, subscribe to him, and you can see more, including his Graham Hancock interview.
Exploration, usually the data is been like disregarded, just thrown away, because they don't need that. They need below it for the oil. So when they process that data,
well,
so
he flew Danny in from Indonesia, and also Matt Beall offers in this to discuss the idea of funding some of these tests for Danny Hillman. I don't know how much. I don't know how that kind of stuff works, but he does do. I'm still here. I'll switch the battery, but yeah, that doesn't happen until the very end of the episode, but. I kind of thought it was coming because Matt Beall throughout the episode starts asking Danny how much specifically this stuff costs. Whereas I would not be asking those questions because it wouldn't matter to me because I need to pay my mortgage. I wish I had the funds to throw behind something like this, but thank God we have someone like Matt Beall, just a great guy.
Ancient irrigation system.
So
he says that later on.
You're seeing all these sites. You're seeing these ancient rocks, and we don't know how old they are. But
very grateful to
Matt
for doing this.
That you've got all of these sites within Indonesia. We know that that humans were around at this time. We know the Earth would have been populated. We know that humans were here. We're building stuff and doing something. But it's frustrating because all of the quote unquote experts, the mainstream, the historians, the archaeologists are all saying this stuff is just, maybe 4,000 years old at the most, maybe 5,000 years old, a lot of the structures. And I think a lot of people are questioning that. All over the world, people are questioning that. And they're saying, hey, maybe this stuff is significantly older. And you're looking at these sites in Indonesia and saying the exact same thing, that these sites could be much, much older than what we actually think that they are. And there's a lot of other sites in addition to Gunang Padang that I think is just worth mentioning and worth pointing out, that if there was this civilization, or if we know that there were people there, whether they were civilized or not, they were I guess the question is, what
civilized in this case meaning having a civilization rather than smaller, not as complex societies. I mean, that's how I'm hearing it.
What were they doing? What were they building? What were they working with? What were they capable of? And so we see a lot of big megalithic structures around the world, and it's difficult to get a date on those things. It's difficult to really know for sure when they were built. But this is compelling evidence, though. So this is compelling evidence that our ancestors were capable of potentially more than what we give them credit for. And so I think with that, why don't we move into the site, into the. I mean, you've written a paper on.
Did I just miss the part where they talk about the tsunami?
You're probably the world's top expert on it, I would assume at this point. I mean,
thank you.
Yep. I mean, you know it better than anybody. And why don't you start by maybe just walking us through the site itself and what you found there? What are the levels? What are the layers? What is clearly man-made? What are the mysteries? Like, can you walk us through that entire site?
Okay, we'll try. Yeah, so Gunung Padang Hill is a hill like 200 meters high from the base of it, from the river. So the Gunung Padang here has been surrounded by river flow. It's a branch of the major river in Indonesia. It's called the Cimadere River, but it's a branch of it.
Probably
there
not. We
are
didn't have the
major
population
river
density
in
here.
front of the Gunung Padang. So the height of the Gunung Padang from the
probably.
river to the top of the hill is like 200 meters. And in between that, there's a parking lot about 100 meters below the top. So usually the tourists come to that parking lot and walk up to the top of the Gunung Padang, about 100 meters through the rock steps, like, 400 meter rocks, 400 steps of rocks through the top. So this site has been known since 1850. The geologists during the Dutch periods found it as the archaeological sites. And in 1917, the Dutch archaeology,
Indonesia used to be a Dutch
I
colony.
think the name is Crump, also found the site. And
Dutch.
he interpreted the site to be like ancient cemetery. And then, that's it. And then, it's forgotten until the local people reported this in 1979. And then it's become the provincial archaeological site in 1985, yeah. So when I first starting come to visit Gunung Padang, because it's very peculiar hills, and I found that on top of the hill there are lots of the columnar joint rock, the andesite basaltic columnar rocks stacked up there like this, and it's forming the rock terraces. So it looks like man-made, of course. It's not natural because it has the flat wall, something like that. There is no geological outcrops like this. And first, I do the GPR and this area,
ground penetrating radar.
And
that's going to go deeper and give you
GPR
more,
showing the
more data.
unconformity, like a discontinuity layer from the ground to like 5 meter depth. So it's telling us that this columnar joint rocks is a layer. It's a layer that parallel to the ground. On top is horizontal. It's horizontal in horizontal position, and that columnar rocks, as the columnar rocks, is the position is the horizontal to the layering. So it's not a natural columnar joint rock formation, because the natural columnar joint rock formation should be like vertical like this to the surface flow of the lava.
He's saying that based
so in
on
Gunung Padang, the orientation of that columnar rock is
literally the
parallel,
orientation. It's literally what he
horizontal.
So it doesn't
just from
show
that point
as
of
it would
view,
naturally.
it is obvious. It's not the natural
What's up, Forest
rock
Mommy?
formation, but it's very tightly stuck up very regularly, and also in between that columnar rocks, we have fillers that we identified as a mortars. Some people debating it's the weathering products, but we have proven also in our recent study that the composition of that fillers in between the columnar rocks is not the same as the columnar rocks. So it's not the product of the weathering from the columnar rocks, but it's different sources. It comes from volcanic products like acidic volcanic products, altered rocks. So it's a fillers, it's a mortars as we interpret. So the unit 2 is
mortar
very,
as they interpret it. It's mortar as in it's man-made. It's used to keep the rocks together. But yeah, it didn't look natural to me how they were in that picture that they just had.
Very clearly, it's not a natural rock formation. The archaeologist team in our team also is very confident. I mean, there's no doubt it's a man-made structures. So I think that's the main thing is Gunung Padang. Before us, this unit 2 that is exposed, actually, we could still visually observe until today. It's not natural rocks.
It's not natural rocks.
Construction layers.
It doesn't look like it.
So just from the visual observation from the ground, we could identify 2 units. Unit 1, and the youngest, and Unit 2. Unit 3 also exposed, actually. It's on the eastern slope because there are the ancient landslides that expose the rocks. So Unit 3 also exposed, but now it's like hidden in the, it's vegetated, right?
So on this chart, we have Unit 1, which is in green, and that's clearly man-made.
Yeah, everybody accepted as the man-made structures, including
Unit 1
all
is the only one.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So that's been accepted. Everybody in the world agrees that that's man-made. But then Unit 2 has some geometrical shapes with the rocks. It has a rectangle, it looked like, in a square.
The rocks that used to, the rock of the Unit 2 and Unit 1 is similar, the columnar rocks. But Unit 1, the columnar rock is fresher. In Unit 2,
the rock is fresher.
The columnar rock is like moderately weathered. I mean, it's older. And also, as you see here, the construction is more advanced than Unit 1. It has a mortar. It's more like regular.
Wait, he said Unit 2 is more advanced than Unit 1?
It has a mortar. It's constantly weathered. I mean, it's older. And also, as you see here, the construction is more advanced than Unit 1. It has a mortar.
Is it Unit 2 older than Unit 1?
It's more like regularly, tied. It's just like the construction, the modern construction.
I might be going on. I might be going on Matt Beall's podcast. We'll see. That's up to him. But it won't be for a while, and if it happens. But yeah, I would love to, and we'll see. You got to be careful what you say, but yeah. Matt is awesome. Please check out Matt's podcast below. Not, in addition to mine, not instead of. Interesting comment here, and we'll keep going.
There are lots of artifact on it. It's no doubt, there's lots of like pegs also. We found lots of pegs to strengthening the structures.
Huh.
And it also has like the flat rocks. It's not the columnar, the flat rocks that put there to strengthen the rocks. So it's all of things that indicating the human structures. And also, we also found on the slope, on the west slope, between that columnar rocks, the other rocks, it's not columnar rocks, it's a boulder's rocks, like irregular rocks, but it's been arranged, put together with the orientation the same as the columnar rocks, in between the columnar join rocks. It's not going to happen in the natural rock formation. So it's emphasizing more that this is a man-made structure. It's not a natural formation.
Okay, so for sure in your mind, human-made, and that's a part of Unit 2.
Yes.
So the disagreement between science and your team out there, or I won't even call it science, but a few people within the mainstream is they're saying Unit 1 is man-made, Unit 2 is not man-made.
That's right.
You're saying Unit 1 and Unit 2 are man-made.
Yes.
And are you also saying Unit 3 is
also man-made? It's the same as Unit 2, but it's much more weathered. It has been excavation, so it's much more weathered. So like in terms of the degree of weathering, it should be much older than Unit 2. And well, Unit 3 also has lots of features that's showing it's a man-made structures, artifacts.
Right.
Stone artifacts.
So you're 100% convinced that Unit 1, 2, and 3 are all man-made structures?
No, they haven't.
Absolutely.
They haven't talked too much about Unit 3
for years of exploring the place.
And you remember, it's not just me. There are like 5 senior geologists in my team, and they're all convinced. We also have archaeology team and also convinced it's a man-made structures. And we have lots of evidence.
Yeah. So walk me through your paper then. Yeah, what's the genesis of your paper?
Yeah, so it's a major
my video,
core
please.
of the paper.
Please.
Please. Identification of that 3 man-made layers: Unit 1, Unit 2, and Unit 3.
Yeah. So here it's more complicated than that because you can see it here from the cross section. Unit 4 is the oldest one, and then Unit 3, Unit 2. These ones are argued about. Unit 1, which I guess is on top, which makes sense, but Yeah, so Unit 1 right here, the megalithic stone terraces and topsoil. This is shown in not 3D, but from a different angle from above. Unit 2, yellow, mostly buried. Not everyone agrees this is man-made. And then Unit 3 in green here, which is below it. This is 1 to 3 meters. Unit 3 below it, below Unit 2, which is itself below Unit 1. 5 to 30 meters is the Unit 3, and then massive depth at Unit 4, and it goes way down, and there's like voids down there and all this stuff.
So that substrate layer, which envelop the upper part of the hill, so we call it as the pyramid-like structures. Okay, and the degree of weathering of that Unit 1, Unit 2, and Unit 3 is also very different. Unit 1 has a fresh columnar drain rocks. Unit 2 has moderately weathered columnar drain rocks with fillers in between. Unit 3 is similar to Unit 2, also columnar rock, the andesite basaltic columnar rocks. We couldn't see whether it has a pillars or not because it's very, very weathered. So, but from the degree of weathering, we could say that Unit 2 is significantly older than Unit 1, and Unit 3 is much older than Unit 2. So even if we don't have the carbon dating, we could say that it should be several thousand, or even it's easily to see that it's more than 10,000 years old, based on my experience looking at the degree of weathering in this region. Yeah.
Unit 2.
Unit 3. Unit 3 is it should be more than 10,000 years old, just based on the degree of the weathering. Right. Yeah, even if you don't have the carbon dates.
So you're saying Unit 1 is approximately 3,000?
Unit 1 is 3 to 4,000 years old.
Okay.
And that's
Unit
agreed
2
on.
is 7,500 to like 8,000 years old. And also we found the soil field that buried Unit 3 on the terrace 5. So in terrace 5, top of the Unit 3 is buried by soil field. Soil field that takes like 3 to 7 meters. It's not the in situ weathered soil, but it's soil that brought from other thing to that side by human. So it's a soil field, human.
I forget what
it's
that
homogeneous
means.
soil.
It's like a very basic.
And it has a sharp boundary between soil and the rock.
Sharp boundary between soil
weathering
and rock.
Gradation, which also emphasizes it's a soil field that's related to human activities. And we date that
just
soil
in place,
that's the old soil to be 10,000 years old.
in its original context.
That means the Unit 3 that buried should be older than 10,000 years old. So there is a Unit 3 that has been built first, and there is a burying of that Unit 3 about 10,000 years old. And then there's a younger construction, Unit 2, about like 8,000 years old. But then it's just left. But then other people coming about 4 to 3,000 years ago and built Unit 1.
Okay.
So there's thousands of years
tested
between
the
them.
soil itself, right? You've carbon dated the soil.
Yeah, so we carbon dated the soil on the layers, Unit 1, Unit 2, and Unit 3 that has carbons. We also dated, we found the foundation of Unit 2, which is the soil, gravelly soils also.
Gravelly soil.
And we also dated that the soil field that buried Unit 3, the 10,000 years old soil field.
Okay.
Yeah, and the dating is very consistent. Yes, Unit 1 is 4 to 4,000. Unit 2 is like 7 to 8,000, and Unit 3 is like more than 16,000. So it's consistent.
Oh.
And also,
Hey, Matt, how you doing? Hey, Sam, and everyone. This is from Matt Beall. This is his podcast. Please, again, check it out below. The link is in the description. I'm on a date night with wife, but we'll watch this ASAP. Appreciate you doing this. Needs more eyes and awareness. Much respect and appreciation. Yes, please, at your leisure, whenever you want to. Obviously, I'll probably this will probably be like a 4-hour stream because I stop so often. But yeah, if you can, and thank you so much for doing this. Seriously, thank you so much. I don't know if you can hear this, but thank you so much for doing this, bringing Danny on. There are things that I learned from this that are just incredible, and I think it's very worthwhile work. And we really appreciate it. We have someone like you in the community willing to do this. Yeah, thanks. Let's keep it going.
So it's correlates with the degree of the weathering. So I'm not saying it's like a perfect dating. No, I would consider it's like primary carbon dates. I have like 100 samples at the time. I would like to date them all because I know it's very important, but I don't have money. I only have money just to date like 14 samples.
And how much does it cost to date a sample?
One sample is like 650 USD. I dated here in Florida in Beta Analytic.
Yeah, that's just where
So what do you think?
Where it happens to
be. And
be.
you found artifacts as well, right?
Absolutely. There are lots of artifacts, actually. One of them is very, very stand out is we call it the Kujang stone. The Kujang stone has...
Matt, thanks for
it's
coming.
very special because we found...
Right, and this is the stone that they were arguing about a lot. I would like to date them all, Chad. But yeah, show Matt some love, show his podcast some love. I mean, he's bigger than me anyway, but regardless, however we can, if you like my show, you're going to like his. So this is the stone. They fought about this on Joe Rogan, whether this was an artifact or resembled an artifact, and Flint Dibble was insisting that this was not man-made. And I think it looks like it's probably more likely that it's man-made than not. That's what I get when I look at it. It looks, I've never seen a natural stone like that. Could be natural, could be worked. We don't really know. And I don't understand the stuff they talk about. Yeah. And from JT, we have an actual archaeologist. And it's funny that his show is called Actual Archaeology because that's usually just the way I would describe someone who's a PhD expert, like as opposed to myself, who's more of an amateur. An amateur anthropologist, if we're being specific like that. But yeah, he is, how I would put it, and according to himself, an actual archaeologist. Beta Analytics, so that is how Beta Analytics, I guess it's the lab in Florida that dates this, and we have from JT that is a good place to date it. It looks napped. I don't know if this stone is even capable of being napped. I'm not sure. I don't think it's common to have like concave naps like that. I don't know. And it's not, they're going to talk about the genetic, or not genetic, but like isotopic, whatever, the composition of the stone here in just a second.
This, on top of that unit 3, below the terrace 5, and it's under that soil fill. And
it's under the soil fill. I don't know if that's agreed on.
It's not the same as rocks in unit 3. Even there is nothing rocks on the area that looks like the materials, the Kujang stone artifact, because it's very strange. The rock is like has a porous. It's
porous. The rock is porous.
Has a porous, but it's very heavy because it has
it's dense,
like metal grains.
Really
distributed, homogeneous. So this.
Wait. Homogeneously distributed metal inside it. I don't know if this can be natural or not. This is geology, not my thing.
This one is very homogeneous, but you see that
it's homogeneous in its
the
makeup,
shape is
which I
like sharp,
is
right?
Odd.
It has a unique shape. So there is no way that the natural processes could shape like that. And it's clearly that this Kujang stone is buried under the soil field, which is related to human activities.
Hey, 22/7 is pi.
And he's saying it's under the soil fill. So I don't know if it's I don't know if it's agreed on that what's above it is soil fill. But what he's saying is that because it's under soil fill, which was placed by humans, and I think that they're able to tell that pretty well. That means that if it's not man-made, it is it's in the area that humans were putting soil down on top of. And from JT, it's not napped. It doesn't have flaking scars. Yes, it does not have flaking scars. I agree with that. or show signs of conchoidal fractures. I don't remember what that means, but I'll take his word for it because I trust him. Stone tools is my big specialty, so I'm more than happy to answer any questions about stone tools. I guess, like, what... Like, I know about napping of like flint or chert, but like, can you even nap a stone like this? It definitely doesn't look like it's been napped, but could you even do it?
Pie also. So it is. It's very. It's one of the most outside, stand out artifact. Yeah. But some people think, well, this is a natural stone. Okay, so
right. So people are saying this is just a rock. No human effort went into shaping this rock.
Yeah, some people said that. Yeah.
And what is it made out of?
Oh, I don't know the rocks. The rocks is I don't know. It's very strange. I never found this rock in the nature. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's like tough because it has porous, but
I can't say anything about it because I don't know anything about it.
Interesting.
Maybe that's some kind of volcanic rocks. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Could be extraterrestrial.
Yeah, I would like to. We have to cut the thin slice to in the photographic, but I don't want to to destroy this.
Archaeology is by nature
rock?
destructive.
Where's this rock now?
Its rock is now Ali Akbar, our archaeologist that hold this rock now.
Okay.
Ali Akbar is the archaeologist on the team.
Ali Akbar is the...
Yeah, just so we're clear, it would be very inappropriate in America for an archaeologist to physically take an artifact home. I think, JT, that's not a thing people do, right? That's... there are some cultural differences here of what's acceptable in the West versus other places, but I'm pretty sure that's not something that people generally do. And his name is Ali Akbar, yes. Groundstone tools, yes, shaped by abrasion. That makes sense to me. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Head of the postgraduate study in the archaeology department in University of Indonesia. He's a good archaeologist, a top archaeologist in Indonesia, in my team.
Would he want to sell it?
I hope not.
Okay. I hope not. Yeah, he says that because you
I'll
wouldn't really
it.
be allowed to do that.
I'll get it all tested. Let me know.
Yeah.
Good. What other rocks or what other artifacts have been found?
The other stone looks like shaped like this also, but it's much bigger.
So, any idea what that would have been used for? Would it have been like a spear?
Oh, yeah. It's very interesting. If you hold that.
You're probably. I'm not judging Ali Akbar for them. I'm just explaining.
Very, comfortable.
Okay.
So
it's like a dagger.
It's for ceremonial. Yeah, a dagger. Yeah, something like that. Well, it's a dagger. Why we call it a kujang stone? Because kujang is a traditional dagger in West Java.
So they're calling it a kujang stone, kujang stone, because it resembles a kujang dagger, which is I have some of them somewhere, actually from Indonesia, but it's a traditional dagger.
So Ali Akbar, our archaeologist, also other friends think that this is used for ritual stuff.
Objects being used for ritual is like a cop-out in anthropology, by the way. If they don't know what it is, oh yeah, it's got ritual purposes to it. Not that it's not true, but it's kind of impossible to confirm.
Human sacrifice.
Human sacrifice. No.
Okay. Yeah, that's an interesting find for sure. And then there were others. There were others that were similar.
Yeah.
What else?
The other bigger stone like this, but bigger, and also other things that has the small artifact with a clear sharp mark tools on it, which is clearly it's not natural. This one that when this is our recent paper showing that the fillers is mortar, it's not the product of the weathering. So it's also supporting that this unit.
So they're saying that research that they say shows that
the fillers,
mortar.
Yeah, it's using mortar
between stones.
So
mortar.
They were using mortar to fill in between Unit 2. Wow. Okay.
And stones in Unit 2.
But so that would be something that Flint and crew would disagree on, I'm sure, right? Would they say that or is that agreed upon, or is that
not? I don't think they mention about it.
I haven't seen them mention
They
it.
just haven't gotten in. They haven't looked at it yet.
I think what the Flint said that Unit 2, that the regular arrangement of the rocks is produced of a long time of the erosion and sedimentation process, and the rock
caused
could
by erosion and
rearrange
sedimentation.
themselves to be that.
Yeah, whatever, man. I don't
Wow.
see that.
Why is it so difficult for that group of people to believe that humans were able to use their hands and move rocks and move dirt around? Like, why is it so challenging
That's the question.
for people to accept that this is a man-made structure, do you think? And that people were capable of putting dirt between rocks in order to place them and to make them sturdy and stable? Like, what?
Makes sense to me.
Why do you think there's such pushback to this being man-made?
That's what I don't understand, because in science, the curiosity is like the core of science.
Right.
We have to be curious
Curiosity
about
is the core
anything,
of science. Thank you.
including the unknown.
Including the unknown.
So I don't understand why the archaeology is looking at that evidence is not curious about.
Yeah.
I mean, it's their main thing. It's not me, geologists, but they should be more curious than me. And
Fundamental
so
issue.
That's the mystery. Yeah, I think when people look into that, they should be curious about, and they should study further, either to
Study it
confirm our finding or to reject it completely. But it has to be based on science, not just opinions, not just like and just dismissing outright.
Right. What other proof does your paper offer that Unit 2 was man-made?
Yeah, so beside the surface ground exposures, we also have trenching, the archaeological trenching. We have like
Geological trenching.
14 trenching that dig into 3 to 4 meters in general, but one of the trends dig into like 11 meters even, is the deepest one. So we know very sure the structures underground about that Unit 2, and also Unit 3, we exposed that on our trends. And beside that, we have lots of geophysical survey. We have geophysical images from the ground penetrating radar, from the electric resistive tomography, and also from the seismic tomography, showing the geometry of that Unit 2 and Unit 3 layers underground, the shape and stuff. So like this one on the figures also, this is a bigger picture of the resistive tomography showing that the pyramid-like structures in the upper part of the hill. You see that the green one is representing that structures. The unit, maybe it's Unit 3 and Unit 4. Unit 4 is the natural massive andesite formation, which might also have been carved. But what I'm saying here in this picture, what we call the pyramid-like structures is only the upper part of that hill, not the entire hill. So most of the hill is a natural hill, is the ancient volcanic. So the human just modified the upper part of the hill, but according to our geophysical exploration and also the core drilling, there are chamber, like a large cavity.
So according to their
beneath
geological survey, whatever, there's a chamber under the hill.
It's a big one.
And they're going to talk about this. It's really cool.
One layer of chamber. It's probably 2 layers of chamber. So there's a shallow chamber and there's a deeper chamber. The deeper chamber is larger. So in this picture, the deeper chamber, which has a depth of like 50 to 60 meters from the top. So it's right in the center of that hill, which is very interesting. And on the image, it's showing that the cavity is not like rounded. It's not like a natural cave, but it's like rectangular shape.
The void
So
is
that's
not
why
like
we
a natural.
interpret that it's probably is a man-made.
So again, just like that first paper that Flint Dibble shared during the Joe Rogan Experience podcast with Graham Hancock, they're based on the interpretation of the layout of the structure of the feature. That's how they are saying here and in the paper that Flint supports how it's man-made from that. So it's ridiculous that they want to. It's not that they're just throwing that out here. That interpretation is bunk.
The chamber is not the
Going at it for
natural cave. Yeah, it could be before that, but it has to be modified. Has been modified. Yeah. So that's it. So beside that, that the Unit 1 and Unit 2 and Unit 3, there are chambers.
Okay. So the chamber, and how large are the chambers?
The shallow one is like 5, 10, 10. You know that high 5, wide 5, 10, and also 10, something like that.
Okay.
But the
Meters.
meters, yeah. The deeper chamber is larger. We are talking about like 20 to like 10 to 20, even more. So that's a mystery. So
yeah,
it's like a bunker, or maybe like holding something.
Right. So you could solve this whole mystery by just drilling a hole down there and putting a camera into that, right?
Yes. So like this picture showing that the main chamber in the central part of that megalith. Actually, it's just under that high wall between Terrace 1 and Terrace 2. So when we are doing the drilling in 2014, we could not drill directly into the chamber. We have to do that in the future drilling. We have to drill right into the chamber. So if we could find the chamber, then we can put the camera on it. Put down the camera and see what's in it.
See what's in there, yeah.
Yeah, because it's not easy to excavate.
They don't have the funding to look down into the chamber that they're describing. And I might have missed that. Sorry, I have a cheeseburger for dinner for my girlfriend.
It's done right, unless we really want to, renovate all the things that, to see the chamber. But I'm hoping that in the future exploration, we could find the access, so we could go to the chamber without destroying the site.
Right. So they want access. They have to drill into it in order to get a camera down, but that would require destroying part of the site, and they don't have any access point where it wouldn't be destructive.
Right. Yeah.
Where they wouldn't have to destroy.
The first one, we have to drill to the chamber and get the camera down.
Right. Yeah. So what's stopping that from happening?
Well, the research is stopped in 2014. The next government doesn't really interested in this study, but I think it's been like hard because the majority, well, maybe some of the senior archaeology doesn't really want to continue this research, just like against us. So it's been hard.
The research is against us.
Now we have a hope because the new government. Especially the
in this he's about to talk about it. The new government is more conducive to funding this, and I think the one that just got in there or is about to, and there was one in the past that wanted to study this more as well. Again, this gets into the politics of it, both international and domestic, as certain people in Indonesia want this to be older, and then of course certain other people in Indonesia and otherwise, they don't want it to be older, and that's at play here. But also, if you want to support the show, donations are welcome, but not expected. And below, I also have the link to my Patreon, which is $5 a month, and you get early unedited episodes with a little extra content on it. I'm getting better about putting extra content on the Patreon that won't be on other episodes with discussions of things. The next 2 episodes are like that. With Survive the Jive, Tom Rousell, and then another one with 2 psychology guys. We talk about group dynamics. Oh my gosh. The green on my Snapple bottle is the color of my green screen. I'm not in my regular studio, so I have the green screen up with my regular studio on it. That's cool. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, support me on Patreon or just give me money or don't. I'm not your dad. It's up to you guys. I just appreciate you watching and liking and subscribing. Means a lot, and commenting. Does mean a lot. Please keep doing it, and let's keep doing this.
The new Minister of Cultures is very interested to continue our research. So I'm very happy.
Why would the government not want to learn something? Why would they not want to find out what's down there? And if there's nothing going on down there, that if there's nothing there, there's nothing there. What's the harm in trying?
You have to ask our government.
Yeah.
But I think not many people have the interest in the ancient stuff, I think.
So it has to be funded by the government?
No, it could be funded by anyone. So like right now, I would like to, I have a plan to make a center, like archaeometry center in Southeast Asia. That's what I plan for. And we are looking for the independent funding from philanthropists for anyone, because I think it's not easy to get fund from the government. Even if we get funded from the government, there are lots of the administration stuff that I don't like using the government money. But I think it's much better if we could have the independent fund, like a foundation.
So you need permission to drill a hole and put a camera in there from the government, and second, you need funding. Is that right?
Yeah, the funding is separate. We need the funding. The permission is not difficult. Also, there's standard operation procedure to apply for the research permission. I'm working for the government. I'm working for the government research institute. So it's not a big deal. I could do that.
So if you had the funding, you could yes. Find out. So how much is it? What does it cost to drill a hole and to put a camera down in there and to find out what's in there?
I don't think it's expensive. I think it's to drill the hole. I think we're talking about, in rupiah, it could be like up to 1 million. That means it's about like 100,000 USD, maybe something like that.
Gosh, my mic is not working. I'm sorry. I muted it because I was eating salad. I always do that. 1 million. He was talking about, gosh. Okay. Now I'm getting like 6 comments. I'm sorry. Yeah. Matt's like, how much do I have to throw at this? I don't know. But I don't know how much he has to donate, if he is at all, if he could fund this. It'd be cool if he could. I'm still muted. Am I still muted? Am I talking now? Yeah, Matt Beall is... What? I'm muted? Are you serious? It says I'm not muted. Are you guys screwing with me? I've heard this is okay, thank you. I'm not muted. Okay. Yeah, Matt Beall is cool as hell, actually. Probably one of the coolest guys alive, if I could say so myself. And that's a lot of money, but they were talking in rupiah, which is Indonesia's currency. And it's a weird currency because it's like 10,000 to 1. And it's not like a Zimbabwe situation where it went up to trillions from hyperinflation. That's just like what their currency is based around. All right, let's keep going.
So you could get the whole project done if you had $100,000 worth of funding?
Not the whole, but you mean drilling, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think for the entire operation, we do more detailed geophysical surveys. We do more dating stuff. I would say that the funding, like similar to NSF funding here in US, like 150,000 per year will be enough. If I can do that for like 3 years, that's also standard. I think we will get lots of information out from Gunang Padang. I think I would, on that 3 years, I think we could get into that chambers. I'm very optimistic.
Okay. Okay. And so the chambers themselves are either man-made or they are naturally forming from some volcanic activity.
No, that's not possible.
Not
because,
possible.
According to our drilling data and also our geophysical imaging, that the first chamber, the shallow chamber that I show you on the 3D image, the depth is between like 20 to 30. That means it's not entirely on that massive andesite volcano, but also part of Unit 3, a stack of columnar rocks. So from that point of view, it's not possible, it's natural, it should be man-made. And also from the shape of that that empty space, it's like rectangular. On this side, it's like a cave. Yes, I would agree. But on the other side, it's like more rectangular. And the position of that also, like in the center of that here. So I would say that, and also we have another chamber, not here, but on the Terrace 5, and that is entirely on the Unit 3. So it's not the natural cavities. It should be man-made. But here, well, we will not be 100% sure that it's entirely man-made. I could say that it could be initially as a cave, but it has been modified by.
So parts of it are natural, some are modified from natural, some are totally natural, and it's all argument, it's all interpretation, and you need a lot of technical knowledge to say one way or the other. It's a perfect thing for people to latch onto and be like, no, my interpretation is it's totally natural, and I'm the expert, and I say, and even though that other expert says something different, it doesn't matter. We're going to get his paper retracted.
Human. It has been occupied by human because it's part of the structures. If you have details of that, I think we see lots of indication of the human activities relating to the structures. Yeah. On that also, you see that the upper part, that the seismic tomography, you see that two white band on that, that also potential the chamber, and that is stand on that the red one is a massive andesite. That one is a basaltic andesite massive. That's the natural rocks, but above that is all artificial. So that's what I'm saying, that at least there are chambers that it's not that entirely man-made structures.
So above that is artificial.
Yes, yeah. So that's what the picture showing, telling us on the upper pictures. So the red one beneath it, it's natural rock formation, but above it, about like 20 to 30 meters thick, is all artificial.
And so what is the difference between the red and the blue? Is that's rock, is the andesite rock is red and the blue is soil?
This is the seismic tomography. So this is telling us about the velocity of the seismic in the rocks. So the red one having a velocity of more than 3,000 meters per second. That means the rock is very solid, massive,
Velocity?
like andesite basalt. But the blue one is telling us the seismic velocity on this media is low. So here is like a few hundred meters per second.
And what does velocity mean in this context?
Looks like a wall that
I guess it's about whatever they're using for
velocity
GPR.
Like 200 meters per second, which means
or whatever seismic tomography could be. Oh.
So that's how we recognize the chamber on the seismic tomography. So on the seismic tomography, the cavities can be identified by this the low velocity anomaly. So the cavities should have the seismic velocity around 200 to 14 meters per second. and it correlates with the anomaly that we saw in the electric resistive tomography. In the electric resistive tomography, the cavities is identified by very, very high resistivity bodies. We are talking about like tens of thousand ohm meters. So we have two independent methods, two independent technology identifying the same that cavity chambers. So it's confirmed the chambers is there.
Wow.
And also we have a drilling. When we drill to the one of the chambers, we lose lots of the water circulation. When we drill, we have to have a water circulation, and the water
This part's really cool.
circulation just get lost. It doesn't come back.
So they're drilling with water, I guess, to either they're drilling with water or they're using it to cool down the drill as it drills. Anyone that knows more about this, let me know in the comments. But they do that, and then the water starts flowing out at like huge quantities. They start losing the water, and they're like, oh, there's a huge void down there, and that confirms it 100%.
And it has like more than 30,000 liter loss, and then we just stop the drilling because we don't
30,000
want to flood sites. So that's an indication of there's a large cavities beneath it.
Okay, so you're drilling. You're using water to drill down, and
yes, that's water circulation. We need that. Yeah.
Okay, but the water's getting stuck. The water
just get lost.
circulation.
Doesn't come back.
Right. So it's getting stuck within the chamber
Oh, so it goes
potentially,
down
or
and back.
within some
I think the water goes to the
probably
chambers,
cooling
to the cavities.
some cavity, right?
Yes.
And it's filling up the.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, the
So you're
water
molding
ejects
up
the
these-
waste. So it's water circulating because they spray it down, and then the water clears out the debris over and over and over again while they continuously drill, and then it ejects the waste, whatever's being drilled off. So, okay, very interesting. And then they start losing the water, which implies that it's just flowing out. It's just flowing down.
These chambers, you're creating this mold and these chambers.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
So after 30,000, and then we have to stop. We already got
30,000. How
flooded.
long does that take?
And that's in the top of the mountain. If there's just a fracture, the water should come up from inside from the slope, but it's not. It just disappeared.
Wow. Okay.
Where did they get 30,000
So it's
liters
getting
of water?
so the water's
the
is
top of a
staying
mountain?
down in there. So there's some cavity, there's some chamber,
That's
there's
right.
something down
Has to
there.
be.
Yeah, has
No
to
doubt.
be, right.
Yeah.
And so what do you think's down there?
Chamber.
Yeah, I know, but like what's in it?
What do you think's down there? Chamber?
Well,
Nothing.
From
Empty
the
space.
geophysical images, it looks like the chambers is connected to other chambers by like tunnel.
Okay.
I could
Chamber
even has
is
show the
connected.
indication.
Remember that they showed this. It's what I put in the thumbnail. They talked about this on Graham Hancock's. There's apparently it seems like there's tunnels connecting the different massive void areas.
Of like the tunnel goes into the chamber from east slope. So that's I would like to find out. We have to have like a more comprehensive excavation, like a systematic excavation.
Systematic excavation.
I don't know whether that we have to enter the tunnel from unit 2 or unit 3, so that's why we have to find that out. We have to do the comprehensive archaeological trenching.
Comprehensive
in the
archaeological
future,
trenching in the
right?
future.
And to do that, yes, we need a special permission. I think we have to operate the study not in terms for the exploration, but for reconstruction of the site. So that's how we will be permitted to do excavations without have to fill it back. So in the study stage, in the exploration stage, after we dig the site, we have to fill it back, to close it. That's the rule,
Backfill the
regulation. But if we enter the restoration phase, then we could, the the government will allow us to dig and just keep it open because for the restoration, right? Yeah.
Oh,
Right. So we'll dig
he's
into a
saying
couple.
that usually with an archaeological site, you dig it out. Like literally in archaeology, at least in my experience, what I've done, they cut the top layer off with the grass, and then when you're done excavating, you backfill the dirt back in, and then you literally put the grass pads like back on it, so the grass grows back imperfectly, but you know it's better than you think. You throw the top grass back on it, like it's like what do they call it, sod or whatever, and it looks all right. It's almost like nothing was there, but you can kind of tell it's messed up a little bit. It's not perfect, but instead, if you're restoring the site and you're going to turn it into a touristy thing and like permanently, you don't have to do that because it's going to stay open.
Of the topics a little bit deeper. So
I don't think they'd
the
sell
carbon
the
dating
site.
maybe to start out. So why is it that the why are you so convinced that the carbon dating results are accurate? And why is there disagreement or misunderstanding from these so-called experts who came in and contested the carbon dating?
Yeah, the carbon dating is like my everyday life as the paleoseismologist. I do that like every day for the paleoseismologist trenching to date the layers that connected to the earthquake occurrence in the past, paleoseismo sites. So I'm not new to the carbon dating. Principally, the carbon dates in paleoseismology is dated the sedimentary layers associated with the dated materials. So for the archaeology stuff, the carbon dating has to be taken from the structures itself. So then it will be a connection between the dated carbons and the structures.
So when you date the carbon, you date organic materials. But the way that they connect that to humans is by it being in the context of, usually it would be an actual physical human object, like something that you know is human, that is very obviously worked human. It could be like a piece of chert that was napped as a spear point. It could be like a midden heap, which is like a trash heap. And actually, you could date things in a midden heap themselves sometimes, depending on what they are. Or a physical structure, you date the organic material, even the mortar, between stones, and that gives you the date because you can't physically date the stone. So that's how they would do that. But it's not unheard of that, like the site that Flint Dibble shared first on the Joe Rogan Experience, this hunting wall site, where they date the carbon that maybe doesn't have an artifact in it, but it's under guarantees it, or like in the context of something that is deemed by its orientation, to be human in origin. So that's how the hunting wall worked. And that's what he did, because he went through the surveying, was like, this is definitely a void, this is definitely man-made, and then they carbon dated what's below it or inside of it, and that's your dating. And Flint somehow accepts this for the hunting wall, but doesn't accept it for this. And I don't know why.
Or we could date the natural layers, but it has the same stratigraphic layers, the same chronology layers with the artifacts that we would like to date. So in this Gunang Padang, the dated samples, the soil, the carbon soil, the soils, we taken from within the Unit 3 from the fillers, of course, not from the columnar rocks. Unit 2 also. And also we dated the soils from that gravelly soils on the base of the Unit 2. We also date the soil fill that buried Unit 3 in Terrace 5.
Soil fill that buried Unit 3 under Terrace 5.
So the carbon dates here, it's closely related to the construction layers that we name it as Unit 3, Unit 2, and Unit 1. So basically, the assumption is that the the carbons as a remain from the bioorganism activities during the construction.
Biological
And
organisms
after the
activities
construction
during
is
construction.
abandoned. As we know now, after the construction is abandoned, then the site will be occupied by lots of trees, roots, grass, and stuff.
Yeah.
Also, maybe animals. So, this all the bioorganisms. When they died, they will leave that carbon materials on the soils. So that carbon set what we dated.
Okay. And so you feel like that is conclusive?
I think the result is consistent. It means that.
So, like, the result, like, yes, nobody argues that his radiocarbon dating was wrong. It's just whether people are arguing whether that radiocarbon date of that organic material that they dated, whether that implies, based on the context of that organic material, whether that implies that humans were there at that time. And that's what's unclear to me and some other people, and other people are just choosing which side for whatever reason. I want to know more. I want to see more of it. I would love to see them do more work, and look and see what's down there more. And if there is something, they'll find it. And if not, if there's nothing else there, then they won't. And that's just what'll happen. But yeah, I want to know. It's expensive, but you know, who knows? All right, like the video, please.
The radiocarbon dates of the younger layers, the oldest layers is consistent, not like random distribution of the carbons. And the
consistent
age
distribution of carbon.
The carbon dates is correlated also with the degree of the weathering of the units. So I think it's
Wait, what did he say just there?
age of the carbon dates is correlated also with the degree of the weathering of the units. So I think it's not like perfect dating, not the excellent dating. We know that because I think we have to date much more samples. I would think like 100 samples if we have money to do that, but we only
Seems
have like
unnecessary.
14 samples. But I think it's not bad. I mean, the ages, I would say, I believe it's not it's good enough. And we know that from the uncertainties of dates, it's not precise. Like Unit 1 is between 3,000 to 4,000 years old. Unit 3 is from
Unit 1's agreed on.
What is Unit 2? It's 500 to 8,000, so like 500 years. And Unit 3 is like the lowest resolution because the result of the carbon dates, it ranges between 16,000 to like 27 years old.
27,000.
27,000 years old. So the range of uncertainty is like great. So we don't know the actual age of that layer. It could be 16, could be 20, could be 25, who knows. But when we look into these pictures, we think that most of the carbons will come from the roots, the trees that reoccupied the sites after the site is abandoned. So it is very likely that the carbon dates that we date, that the result of the carbon date could be younger than the actual ages. That's what usually happens in my experience because of that, also the contamination of the younger carbons usually, not the older, but the younger. So the age become younger than the actual ages.
Okay. So how old do you think the oldest part of the site is?
That's, usually I would just saying that it should be older than 10,000 years old because it's under the soil field that ages
It's under
10,000.
the soil fill. So because there's a soil fill that dates to 10,000, everything under that has to be older than that. Very basic stratigraphy. You would learn this if, I know some of you actually do have academic experience in archaeology, but this is what you would learn in one of the things in an intro to archaeology class.
And the carbon date says that it's 16,000 or older. So that's what we could say, that it's 16,000 or older for now.
Okay.
And we are clearly saying in the paper that we need further, more comprehensive dating to really have a really good date because it's very important. That's what I'm saying. So we are not saying that this is, it's already excellent date. No. I think we need much more analysis on that to have better carbon dates.
Okay. So then the 25 to 27,000 year age that's
on the oldest age, that the oldest range of age, from 16,000 to 27,000. That's the range of ages.
Okay. Gosh, I mean, I just don't.
This is like the older stuff, or the stuff lower down, the older it is. This is true in almost all cases, besides like a mudslide or something super weird. But you would know, I think they would know if a mudslide or something like that happened.
See why that's such a stretch for people to wrap their heads around when you've got Göbekli Tepe that's 10, 12,000 years old.
Göbekli Tepe is 11,600.
11.6, yeah.
Yeah, 11.6. So it's not that far.
No, it's not. It's not really at all. Okay, so you wrote. So let me recap. So actually, a good way to recap might be, Ryan, if you can pull up the emails that were sent back and forth, because this, I think, is pretty telling of the overall story that you have here and kind of what's happened between you and, I guess, Wiley. Is that right?
Okay, this is very cool. Yeah, we'll talk about it. So he makes a submission, 2022, acceptance. Article by Danny Lewis in Nature reveals an investigation initiated by Journal co-editor citing criticisms from archaeologist Flint Dibble and Ken Farley. I think that should be Bill Farley. I am aware of Bill Farley. I've actually done archaeology on some of the sites he's published on. He's a Southern Connecticut archaeologist, deeply unpleasant person to talk to. But yeah, when did Ancient Apocalypse season 1 come out? November 2022 it came out. And then the paper was sent in after that. So it wasn't accepted until publication until after. Yes. So, and by the way, the Flint Dibble, Ken Farley, I think it's Bill Farley. I'm pretty sure it's Bill Farley. They were cited in an article by Danny Lewis in Nature. Gunang Padang. This is what we're talking about here. Oh, and of course it's in Nature, so it's behind a paywall. Thank you. Awesome. All right, we'll listen here. But yes, this is an article that cited things from them that wasn't necessarily we're going to get into all the specifics of it. What was their reasoning? We're going to get into it. They're going to talk about it. But this is it. I'm just saying that they were cited. They were asked questions. I don't understand why, but I'm going to give more of my thoughts on this later. I think this is the most interesting part to me. All the other stuff is very interesting, but yeah.
You've gone back and forth with Mark Paulman on a lot of different emails. It's okay if we show this?
Sure.
Yeah. So So go back to the first page. Let's just walk through this real quick. So the timeline of the paper publication and retraction. So December 14th, 2022, you submit to the Journal of Archaeological Prospection.
Yeah.
It's accepted for publication in September of 2023. So it took them about 9 months
Yes.
to accept
Review,
it and
yeah.
to publish it. And so then it was published in September 2023. There, a couple of months later, there's an article by D. Lewis.
It's 1 month later, actually.
Okay, got it. Revealing an investigation initiated by journal co-editor Eileen whatever, citing criticisms from archaeologists Flint Dibble and Ken Farley.
That's in the
I think that's
article.
Bill Farley, man.
In the article mentioned also
could be wrong.
That Eileen and Wayne told the reporter, Danny Lewis, there's an investigation on our paper. At that time, on that time, we don't know. We have no idea. So when a reporter called me and asking me, do you know?
Wait. We're going to play that again.
In the article mentioned also that Eileen and Wayne told the reporter, Danny Lewis, there's an investigation on our paper. At that time, on that time, we don't know. We have no idea. So
why does a reporter know about the investigation? So the reporter knows about the investigation, and Danny Hillman, it's his paper. He doesn't know there's an investigation. So clearly, the reporter has inside information from the organization that other people don't have, including Danny Hillman.
reporter called me and asking me, do you know there's an investigation on your paper? I said, no. And they showed me the articles, and I'm just surprised. Oh, my God.
So what happened? Flint and this other person, Flint Dibble and Ken Farley, decided that they didn't like what your paper was implying, and so they were going to attack it.
Flint Dibble and Ken Farley first appears on that articles by Danny Lewis in Nature. So that's two archaeologists is being become our opponents in the mass media. Flint Dibble, told what his opinion on the articles in Nature, and it's cited by many other mass media. But it's also always back to the comments by Flint Dibble, the archaeologist. So
Flint Dibble is a food archaeologist. So there's some more information about this later, but I find this extraordinarily strange that there is a reporter, Danny Lewis, I guess, Dyani. I don't know what the heck that is. Danny Lewis has an article, which I'm trying to find, not behind a paywall, that cites Bill Farley and Flint Dibble. Bill Farley works on Eastern Algonquin, I think Paleo Indians, and Flint Dibble is a food archaeologist by his own admission. Why are they being cited? Why are they being asked? And what I start to think about is that they talk a little bit in the future about the anonymous reports that they get from people, and I feel like Flint is hiding. It just seems to me that Flint Dibble must have been the person to be one of these. Oh, he's a historic archaeologist? That makes even less sense, man. But on Eastern Algonquins. And historic period, by the way, historic period is 19th, 17th century. That's what that means, historic. I know it's a weird name, but that's what it means. But why are they asking Bill Farley or Ken Farley? I mean, I think they're just saying the wrong name here. I think it's Bill. But why would they ask them? Why does the reporter have insider information? And it leads me to speculate that Flint Dibble was one of the people to say this in the first place.
So it's become
and that's how the reporter got
front
contact
opponent.
with him.
of our paper.
He's the main opponent of your
Yes,
paper.
yes, yes.
And has he ever been to Indonesia? Do you know?
No, he haven't.
No.
Yeah, he hasn't.
So he's never seen the site.
No, and also he says that he's not included on that anonymous scholars that has the critics on our paper to the journals. So he said that he's not included on that team.
That he's not one of the anonymous people on the. Okay,
that's what he said.
That's what he said.
He does say that,
okay. But he is, right?
I don't know.
Okay. So,
but like, why is he being asked if it's not him? Why? And also, like, I have this somewhere. I'll pull it up. But like, there was another archaeologist that said that Flint was one of the people that reached out to the organization. She said that, and then Flint quickly corrected her. But like, why would she think that? Talked to the co-editor of Archaeological Prospections, and that is when the reporter learned that his paper was under investigation. I understand that, but his paper being under investigation was not public information. So the reporter finds out from the co-editor that it's under investigation, getting insider information already, and it's based on these anonymous reports. And then suddenly the reporter asks for comments from a food archaeologist and an Eastern Algonquin archaeologist, two people with no experience in Indonesia or with the types of structures they're discussing. And like, when I see that, and I see that they asked, like, it feels like they reached out. It feels reasonable to me, at least, that Beall and Flint were reached out to by the reporter because they are the ones who made the anonymous reports, and they were this insider information that was already shared with the reporter. This was just more insider information that was shared with the reporter, is that these are the people who made these complaints, so you can talk to them for comment. The other explanation is that they just found. It probably was Ken and not Beall. I can't. I've seen Bill Farley quoted in like news articles about this as somebody, but I cannot find it. I just why shouldn't it have been published, JT? Like, why shouldn't it have been published? What are the real substantive reasons?
We don't know, but so then December 1st, you get contacted by Mark Paulman from Wiley regarding the investigation. You answer a bunch of questions. Mr. Paulman informs you that the investigation
not proceed as the post-publication critic. That's what I asked him. But what is the investigation about? Is that about the post-publication critic that they will be like published in the journals about their comment and then our answers, something like that? But he said no. Based on that anonymous source to the journal editors, the journal editors like decided to agree with that anonymous source and decided to retract our paper. So
wait, okay, so yeah, they decided to retract the paper, but this is an article from Southern Connecticut State University, which is where Bill Farley works. Not Ken Farley, but Bill Farley. The journal Nature reached out to Bill Farley. Why? Why are they reaching out to him? Where are they getting his name to reach out to him? It doesn't even say that Bill Farley reached out to them. Like, why of all the people in the world? Not another Indonesian archaeologist, not a megalithic specialist, not a geoarchaeologist, but Bill Farley and Flint Dibble. This isn't specific. Some formatting errors, that's not specific. I do not care about that. You shouldn't have even typed it. The data doesn't equate to the conclusion. That's not specific. If it was presented at data without X and Y, specific. Oops. I'm playing it again, but I'm not sharing it.
Anonymous editor. No. Based on that, the anonymous source to the journal editors, the journal editors like decided to agree with that anonymous source.
Look, it is not okay to have anonymous sources for this. This science is supposed to be open. Like if someone's going to criticize the paper, you can't just, you're going to do it in the shadows. Like you're the science mafia, like you're the Yakuza of science publications. This is ridiculous. It's offensive. It's anti-learning. Okay, so this is, I'm not trying to, this is public. This isn't doxing anybody. This is public information from the Southern Connecticut State University. William Farley, Bill Farley, okay? Troops and Tribes, Masculinity, Plain Indian, and the Social Politics of Ernest Thompson Seton's Expulsion from the Boy Scouts. Hybrid Methods for Locating and Excavating Historic Conflict Related to Domestic Sites. An Archaeological Perspective for Neocolonialism, Heritage Making, and Historical Preservation. This is historic period archaeology. A Quantitative Dwelling Scale Approach to the Social Implications of Maize Horticulture. That's kind of cool. I might read that. But it's not related to this. Mean Ceramic Dating in Historic Period Occupation at the Devil's Head Site in Calais, Maine. A Comparative Paleo-Ethnobotanical Analysis of a Mashantucket Pequot and Euro-American Household Northeast. Yeah, that's cool. I might want to read that as well. So that's cool. But none of this has anything to do with megaliths. Why are they asking Bill Farley for comments on this? Why? Do the same thing with Flint Dibble, but we'll listen to this more. This doesn't make any sense. Like, I get he's an archaeologist. He's not an expert in this specific field. PhDs are highly specialized people. And in his high specialization is not this. Ah, crap. I did it again.
But he said, no. Based on that.
Oh, you know what? One more thing. This site that I said looked interesting. I actually know every single one of these people. I know these two personally. And I did archaeology. Wait, did I? Yeah, no, I did archaeology on this site. Okay, that makes sense. I literally helped excavate this site multiple times over years. That's really funny. But yeah, we'll keep going.
The anonymous source to the journal editors, the journal editors like decided to agree with that anonymous source and decided to retract our paper. So when Mark Palman contacting us, the decision that has been made, it has been made to be retracted. And just asked us to answer the question, and he said that maybe the journal editors will change her mind, or their mind.
So you publish a paper, it's peer reviewed, it's accepted, it's published. A couple of people come out, Flint Dibble and Ken Farley and a couple more people come out and challenge the paper with the editors of the publication. And they say that it's
not connected to the editors. The journal editors is not connected to Flint Dibble. Flint Dibble and Ken Farley just speaking their mind in the mass media.
In the mass media.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but it says.
Okay.
Including the.
Okay, this I don't have. This is behind a paywall. And I have things from Matt that he sent me about this. A paper claiming that a structure in Indonesia is the oldest in the world. The paper published in Archaeological Perspection. 27,000 years ago. Foundations. Flint Dibble. I'm surprised the paper was published as is. Why are they reaching out to Flint Dibble? Why?
That Nature articles.
Okay.
That's the first time, I think.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. But anyway, so then the paper gets retracted. They
Yeah.
pull the paper,
Right.
and so you're like, but in the meantime,
Retracted means that it's just marked. It's retracted, but people still could read our articles. They
Right.
could download the articles, but there's a mark that is retracted.
right, right. And so, but you were given this chance to kind of prove your point, to say what it is that the critics were getting wrong or what they weren't understanding, and
You mean during the communication with the Parman?
via email, right?
Yes, I think he has to do that because it's SOP. Before the retraction, he has to do that
Right.
according to the rule. Otherwise, he's wrong. But
Right.
I think it's just, it has been decided before we answer whatever we answer. It's not will not be considered.
Right. So the standard operating procedure is to reach out to you and to get you to counter the points, but the decision was already made. They were
I think
already
so.
going to
It's
retract
the
the
formality
paper.
to do that.
Right. Because you proved your point. And so your point then in a normal scientific environment, your paper is published, the information's out there, and the next step should be to have these conversations between you and the critics or the people who challenge it. That should happen out in front of everybody for everybody
Yes.
to see. It
Yes.
shouldn't be some behind the scenes thing where they're pulling it and saying that this is no longer valid.
That's right.
Right. So,
Exactly.
so you didn't get a chance to defend your paper scientifically, publicly in front of anybody. No.
Right.
There
And
is
the
no
and the
discussion.
attacks
There's
on
no
it were
scientific
hidden.
discussion
It's
about
anti.
the major error.
Right.
No.
It's so
Right. So this sounds like it's and there's this conspiracy of that people have is a lot of conspiracies are based on truth, but that there are a small number of people that are attempting to control a narrative of human history, and that they're attempting to tell this story that humans weren't capable of anything prior to 2500 BC, and that they weren't building anything, and that there was no megalithic stonework, there's no mysteries, there's no and so that narrative, your paper is challenging that narrative, because your paper has work that's clearly done by humans that was done thousands and thousands of years before this. But so now you've got people from America who have never been to Indonesia, who have never checked out these sites before. They're telling you, who's an expert, who lives there, who's studied the sites, who's been on the ground, who's been analyzing it with a team of professionals. They're trying to tell you that your paper is not valid and that it's wrong for reasons A, B, and C.
Right.
And you're not given a chance to refute or to rebuttal these
them being anonymous is so not okay. It's so ridiculous, and it should make everybody concerned about the underlying reasons for why this happens. If you have a criticism, you do it openly. This doesn't make any sense. What is up, Blue Frost? How are you doing?
comments. And so that is censorship, and it is
Exactly.
controlling,
It is censorship.
and it's
From the shadows.
It's controlling of a
Whoever made those anonymous reports, whoever you are, if it's not Flint Dibble and I'm just wrong and it's just something else, maybe somebody found, maybe it's very possible that the editor just found on social media, a archaeologist. That's it. Maybe that's the end of it and it's someone else. But whoever you are, to the anonymous people who made this attack anonymously, hiding their names, you are a pathetic coward. You are not a man or a woman of science. You are a spineless, invertebrate coward. You're pathetic. There is nothing about you that should be listened to. Anything you say based on that action that you took should be disregarded entirely, and you should be shunned from publishing or having anyone care about your opinion ever again, because you are truly and utterly worthless. You are cowardly. You are not a man or a woman. You are nothing. Little extreme, but I mean it. Do something. Things I probably shouldn't say on YouTube. Go do that. pathetic, coward, invertebrate, spineless, meerkat, jellyfish, loser.
Narrative, and it's not fair. It's not free speech. It's really yeah. I mean,
It's against academic
Yes,
science.
it
science,
is.
actually,
Right.
because
It's pseudoscience.
it's prohibited.
It
science.
is, dude. I love the reporter in the background. It's pseudoscience. Yes, it's pseudoscience. If you are what are you saying, bro, about my long rant? Yeah, that happens every once in a while. People, you know, for those who've been here for a long time, guys like Vingle, you know, you'll know I'll get to it once every month or so, maybe if I'm streaming. But yeah, this is pseudoscientist. You call yourself a scientist and you're going to make an anonymous report? Put your name on it, you little scum. You fucking toe fungus ass pathetic worm. Like that episode of Rick and Morty when it's like the symbol. You guys seen that where it's like how Beth views Jerry, and it's just like this sad, slimy worm. That's who made these anonymous reports. A pathetic, slimy worm who can't do anything for himself, has no self-confidence, doesn't have the balls or the freaking vulva to actually put their name behind a criticism. They have to hide behind their using their position, their authority that they've gotten from what they've done in public, and then just hide behind it, just typing away at their keyboard like, this guy's science is bad. You little worm. You fucking coward. You pathetic little scumbag, worthless imbecile. You don't deserve anything. You deserve the bare amount of sustenance and shelter to keep your pathetic existence going, because we live in a society, but that is all you get. You are not better than... Okay, we're good. An ancient soil that buried Unit 3, indicating no gradual in situ weathering, but there was no geomorphology was conducted to determine it was not natural. It was just a dispositional change. What the hell does that mean, JT? Now I got to think about this. An ancient soil that buried Unit 3, indicating no gradual in situ weathering. I don't know what geomorphology means. That's what I don't understand. Geomorphology. The study of the Earth's surface. What does that mean? What? But how are they going to test it? They looked at it and they didn't test it. How do they test that? And is that necessary? Because I've seen other... Let's do this now, actually, before we keep going with this. I'm going to pull up the Hunting Wall article that Flint Dibble shared. Hunting Wall article from what? Northern Germany? There is precedent. There is absolutely precedent. You take soil samples to know that the stone... Oh, wait, the soil indicated no gradual in situ weathering? But, like, the Hunting Wall that I'm talking about, I have to find the site now. Here it is. Like, this article... It's based on the orientation of the stone, that it's human. They tested two different soil samples with radiocarbon and bioluminescence, as far as I remember. Ancient wood sample, another wood sample. But this is, they didn't... This is that article that Flint Dibble supported, and... It being that old, I'm going to go to the abstract. I don't remember where it is again. But, like the structures made of individual stones, just based on looking at it and its orientation, nothing was tested in that way, and yet it's said to be human. They're calling it non-natural fill to determine a layer was man-made, but they didn't do geomorph or take soil samples. Okay, well, I can't evaluate this, unfortunately, in any detail. I could maybe spend hours learning the details of it. I've done that before to know how to evaluate it, but this is where it gets at, because this is like outside of regular archaeology, and it's into like geoarchaeology, and I'm just not good at it. So I have to, a certain point, like take your word for it. But at the same time, like how is that different from this site here, which is this submerged Stone Age hunting architecture that, right, yeah, the soil. I get it, but my question then is, why is not having that specific test a big enough reason for them to retract the entire paper? What makes it worthy of retraction, whereas a paper like this, which is based on radiocarbon and bioluminescence, I think I said that before too, luminescence dating from samples that were not in the context of human artifacts, but it's decided that they're human based on how the stones are oriented with no testing other than that, and the dating, which itself is not in the context of human artifacts. What makes his paper deserve to be retracted? And also, can someone please explain to me why Beall, Farley, and Flint Dibble, whose expertise is not in Indonesia, not in megalithic structures, being asked for comment by Nature about this? And why does the reporter have insider information that the author of the article, Danny Hillman, does not have? What is going on here? And why is anonymous reporting not being made public to us when this should be a public scientific debate? It reeks. I have said this entire time, I don't know if Göbekli Tepe is that old. It's Bill Farley. It's not Ken Farley. I've seen other articles quoting it. It's the combination of multiple things. It's like, dude, I don't know the last time I saw a paper was retracted. Like, this is just so rare, and the manner in which it was done, I don't see any glaring issues that anyone has brought up. They bring up, oh, they didn't talk to the original archaeologists as much. Yeah, because those guys did Unit 1, and this was mostly about Unit 2, 3, and 4. So why would they, like, the criticism is that they don't, like, sit around just filleting the archaeologists that worked on the site before. Who cares? Get off your, not you, JT, but the people complaining about this, like Flint's dumbass, like, get off your freaking BS, man. Like, who cares if they don't mention you enough? They did mention you, by the way. Yeah, my guess deserves to be retracted because it doesn't match the current dating estimates. But it's a different part of the site. They're dating well below the other parts of the site that were studied. It's fucking irrelevant. Unit 1 can be what it is. It has nothing to do with Unit 3 and 4 and 2. I think they did a little bit on Unit 2 and said it was man-made, but they're completely unrelated. Like, just the site itself is split up into multiple parts, and that's not what Danny Hillman did work on. So you're acting like a 7-year-old child who wants credit for doing some bullshit because someone came along and did some more on your site. It's not your site, man. You don't own world history. I don't remember the guy's name. It's some Indonesian crap, but that is some asshole who went on with Flint Dibble. Yeah, this is rare for me, but I'm worked up. Like, why was this paper published? Why does Flint Dibble talk about this, love it? Why does Flint Dibble lie through his fucking pathetic teeth and say that this site was dated to the Younger Dryas? Or is it just that he's fucking stupid? Is it that Flint Dibble is more incompetent than a first-year anthropology student to not be able to tell that 10,000-year-old dating from 800 meters away from a hunting wall that is deemed to be human in origin, even though there's no artifacts about it? Why does he praise that site and claim that it's from the Younger Dryas when it's not, and nothing was dated to say that it was? Why does he claim that's from the Younger Dryas and not when it was actually dated to, and it might not even be human, because it's the level of evidence you need would maybe be a little higher if it was something that was a little more substantive in how it affects the greater discourse. Flint Dibble, you are an a dishonest liar, and everyone is now seeing you for what you are. And I would say that you squandered your biggest opportunity ever, and you showed your true colors. Flint Dibble is seed daddy. If I need to know what seeds are in cow dung, I call Dibble. Yes, he's a food archaeologist. He studies seeds. Why is he being asked about a megalithic site? Why is his buddy, historic period archaeologist Bill Farley, who can't control his emotions, I say as I freak out on live stream, who cannot control his emotions, why is he being asked about this? It has nothing to do with him. But yeah, and the dick bones, dude. It's so gross. That legitimately grosses me out. That's not me trying to just pretend. It's gross. Like, if that's your interest, whatever. But I think it's perverted. Let's keep going.
Advances. It's pseudoscience.
Yeah, it is pseudoscience. That's exactly what it is.
And he's right.
So these
Matt's
people
right.
who get so upset, they get so angry with other people, and they call them names and they label them. It's usually just those names and those labels and those attacks are usually how they feel about themselves on the inside.
Yeah. It's almost like someone like Flint Dibble, whose dad was a pretty famous archaeologist. And Flint Dibble's dad, Harold, was the son of a PhD. He was, but a PhD in something unrelated. And Harold made a name for himself on his own, and he studied stuff. And then Flint Dibble. And then you have Flint Dibble, who is an archaeologist, and unfortunately, not of the highest quality. Unfortunately. Yes, Hancock does live rent-free in Dibble's head.
So when they're feeling like a pseudoscientist because they're going out there and silencing people like you and attacking people like you, and they're labeling people like you as pseudoscientists and pseudo-archaeologists or whatever they call people, they're really doing that because of how they really feel about themselves on the inside, and they do that to a lot of people. They do that to Graham Hancock. They do that to a lot of people that have any ideas that are outside of this narrative that they're attempting to create and to hold on to, and they feel as if when this narrative is challenged, that they themselves are being challenged, and that they're losing kind of control of this story that they're teaching to kids in schools, and that they're defining themselves through. And so it's ego. It's all just ego. Like they can't just have a conversation with you and say, hey, look, this is what we think. We're not totally sure. We're open to other possibilities, but this is what we think. That's not how this is happening. How this is happening is you're wrong and we're right, and we are in a position of authority, so we're going to silence you. That's really what they've done to you in this case, and it's really sad. Really,
yeah, it is.
So
it's wrong.
Getting your voice out there is critical. So again, I'm super excited that you've
look, JT, whatever problems you list, like it's even if you think it deserves retraction, it's not just why does this paper deserve retraction. You can list 1,000 reasons. That it doesn't matter how many reasons you have or how good those reasons are. What matters is relative to other papers that are not retracted and are instead then praised by other people. So any list you make me is irrelevant, because what matters is the context of other papers that are not retracted and allowed. So it's not about giving me the reasons. It's about looking at why this paper is so specifically bad compared to others. What in this paper makes it worse than the others? And the real answer is it's not about what's in the paper. It is about the politics. And maybe there are issues with it that technically are a big enough problem to deserve retraction. But if those same issues are present, in other papers that are then not retracted, then why does that matter? Why is your list relevant at all? Because that then is not the answer to the question of why it was retracted. Because then the question is, why was this a good enough reason to retract the Danny Hillman paper, but not the younger dry ass Flint Dibble's a fucking liar. That paper, the hunting wall paper. God, I'm mad. You got me worked up. Not mad, but I'm worked up. That's a better way to put it. It's just it doesn't matter. It's stupid. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, like the video, subscribe if you haven't already for more of this stuff. Sign up for the Patreon if you want to see the early unedited podcast episodes, and yeah. If you want to.
Chosen to come on the show and share your story and the situation, but yeah, there's this is just one example of somebody like a Flint Dibble who is attempting to silence people and silence research.
I mean, look, you can do that if you want to, but I don't care about it. Like, and it's not that I don't care. Like, obviously I read what you write, but it's like, it's not relevant. It's not a relevant answer to my question just to give me a list of the reasons. Like, it is somewhat interesting to see those reasons on their own. But again, it's just, it does not answer why this paper gets retracted, or even people calling for it to be retracted at all, when others don't have the same people calling for retraction of other papers that have the same issue. And with the hunting wall situation, I haven't seen anything that makes that paper more scholarly than Danny Hillman's paper. And that's a perfect explanation or a perfect comparison, because it's one that Flint Dibble himself supported and indeed either lied about or was so incompetent. It's like he's never even taken a freshman level undergrad archaeology class. How do you not tell the difference between the Younger Dryas and 10,000 years ago? It's not. Or 10,000 BC. It's like 1,000+ years after, and he just went on the biggest show in the world and just was like, yeah, this dates to the Younger Dryas. No, it doesn't, Flint. It doesn't. You just have to read the paper to see it. And people still defend this guy. I mean, less people now, but good Lord, what a moron. There's not a worse representation of any scientific field than Flint Dibble. It's crazy how bad he is.
That's happening in places that he's not familiar with, that he's not an expert on, that he's never stepped foot into. He doesn't understand, but he knows that.
I hope Matt Beall doesn't watch this later and see me acting like this and not want to talk to me anymore. Look, I gotta be entertaining, and I do it my own way.
It doesn't fit into his belief system, and so he's going to hold tight to his belief system. So let's look at these emails. There's the beauty. Let's look at these emails.
Yes, the emails
of you going back and forth after you've been notified that your paper is being challenged.
Okay.
So these are some long emails, but this one is from Mark Paulman.
That's the first email.
First email.
First email. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm with Wiley's Integrity Assurance and Case Resolution Office. We're contacting you and your co-authors because of concerns that have been raised by third parties relating to data and analysis in your article entitled Geoarchaeological Prospecting of Gunang Padang, Buried Prehistoric Pyramid in West Java, Indonesia. And so concerns were raised by third parties. We're not going to tell you who the third parties are.
Yeah, that's just crazy. That is just absolutely crazy. But what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to share. I have some screenshots along with this, and I'm gonna share my whole screen. Shouldn't have stopped that share. Oh no, that's fine. I had to. I'm going to share the whole screen so I can see, and I'm going to share the system audio. Let me know if it comes in any weird at all. But this is on the left here. I probably should have just showed these separately. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I want to be clear. This is from Flint Dibble. I never talked with anyone at Archaeological Prospection anonymously or not. I am not involved in the retraction. Yes, you are involved in the retraction because you were cited in the article that led to it in a lot of ways. He lacks professionalism, dude. Come on. Flint is the least professional person I've ever met. You can download his book on Gunang Padang, whatever. Not sure I should dignify a response to Natawidjaja's. I don't know how to pronounce it. They ignored the real archaeology at the site. No, he didn't. He cited them, even though what he was talking about was the other units that they didn't excavate. You little child. Oh, you ignored the other people who talked about the site. Who cares, dude? Get your ego out of it, you overgrown man-child, neckbeard loser. His paper deserved retraction because it was not real scholarship. Flint, you've never done any real scholarship in your life. Ever. You've never done anything besides be the son of someone famous. That's all you've ever done. And then there's one other I wanted to show. There's more of these. There's more of these. Where is it? Oh, yeah. I'll pull this up, but no, I got to get it differently. That's fine. We'll keep going for a second.
Here is a summary of what they're saying. And they're saying that the radiocarbon dates, okay, the visual observations are considered by experts as imaginative and conjectural. So
it's hilarious.
Right. So what is that? How do you feel when somebody from America who's never been to this site is calling you imaginative? What does that feel?
Yeah, so look at this. This is a great summary of the Gunang Padang situation, except for the first sentence. I never contacted Archaeological Prescription Journal. He said this multiple times. Why is he trying to say that so much? You have a good night too, JT. Thank you. I never contacted anyone. I was planning to. So he was planning to contact them, but it was retracted before I could. Otherwise, why does this woman think that Flint Dibble was one of the people that contacted it? Why does she make that mistake? Why is Flint Dibble over and over again repeating that he didn't contact the journal? Why is that happening? I do not understand that. And then this was applied to soil samples not associated with any man-made artifacts. That's exactly what happened in the Hunting Wall case. It was radiocarbon dating that was not in the context of human artifacts. That's her first thing. That's what she says. And then to explain why this is a problem, it's like drilling soil samples. And like she views this as a huge problem. It's the first thing she brings up, and then she brings up other issues. But this is the first one. This is the big thing that she says, is that organic material, radiocarbon dating, was applied to soil samples not associated with any man-made artifacts. This is a great summary of the Gunang Padang situation, except for one sentence. So he agrees with this. Flint Dibble agrees with this. But when it applies the same exact situation, which is the Hunting Wall in Germany, when you have this Hunting Wall, that's how it's dated. And Flint Dibble is perfectly fine saying that the Hunting Wall dates to that time, even though it's not in the context of human artifacts. He says this is a good summary when she says that it was dated not in the context, radiocarbon dating applied to soil samples not associated with any man-made artifacts. It's the exact same thing, but on the site that he really liked, the Hunting Wall. Oh, it's great. It's groundbreaking. It's amazing. I'm gonna bring it up as the first site I talk about when I go on Joe Rogan, the largest show in the world. But when it's someone else who has a conclusion that you don't like, it's now worthy of retraction. What are you people talking about? How am I the one bringing this issue up? I am an idiot. No, I'm not. I'm not an idiot, but you shouldn't say bad things about yourself. Regardless, I should not be. I have a bachelor's degree in this crap. I should not be the one bringing this up. And then other people should not be defending. This is so stupid. So absolutely stupid. Okay, let's keep going. I'm going to switch this again back to the other one. I just want to share those for a minute. All right. I'm worked up. I'm not mad. I'm just excited.
Feel like
what the hell they're talking about.
right pretty much, right?
Dude, in podcasts, one of my favorite things is to hear producers laughing in the background. I hope that people like make it so that happens, because that is so funny.
So they're calling you imaginative and conjectural, and that the radiocarbon date is misappropriated. So the radiocarbon dating must be
172 credits, actually. It's technically 2 bachelor's degrees, but one of them is a double. But yes, 172 credits, 120 required to graduate, 172. No big deal. Yes.
wrong because
I'm still
because we know that nothing has ever that humans weren't capable of doing this in prehistory. The sample contains no associated cultural materials, no archaeological artifacts of anything connecting them to humans, and so they only date the natural materials that make up the soils. So, thoughts there?
Right?
soil samples contain no associated. Dude, this is the same thing they said in the email. Are you kidding me, man? I'm worked up again. The soil samples contain no associated cultural materials, no archaeological artifacts of anything connecting them to humans, and so they only date the natural materials that make up the soils. In fact, these dates may not even accurately date the soils, which are notoriously difficult to date. Dude, that's the reason they cite. That is so crazy. How? How is this different than the hunting wall site? Someone tell me, please.
So what do you think about that statement?
Well, that's a blunt accusation. It's disregarding all the facts, all the analysis, all the things that we say in the paper. Well, it's obvious. I mean, it's just a blunt opinion. It's very unrespectful. Very. It's not. Very not scientific. There is no real evidence. There is no sufficient explanation whatsoever. It's just saying we are wrong. Right. We are wrong. There's a major error, and they don't really have to explain what is the major error actually.
Right. Okay. So they're saying that we request from you detailed comments on these concerns, and they want them by December 12th. So go to the next one, Ryan.
Yeah.
So you are so polite to this man in all of your interactions. So I applaud you for keeping your cool and your temperament and all of that, and being super cordial.
The academic community has to be that way.
Yeah, for sure. That you're going to want to be respectful to this person. It's not his fault he's being taken advantage of.
No, nothing personal.
Manipulated, right. So I hope this finds you well. Thank you for reaching out to us. And then you kind of go through and explain your perspective. In light of this, we kindly inquire whether this case might be categorized as post-publication critique or a scientific disagreement, rather than an issue of ethical misconduct in publication. So they didn't find any ethical. They didn't find nothing ethical, obviously. So it's just a disagreement on the
conclusion, on the data,
the conclusion, right? Evidence. On the evidence, right? And so it continues. There's no evidence of ethical misconduct, right? There is a major error, and the scientific reasons was provided. And so the major error they're saying is the carbon dating, and that
it's like there's no scientific reason. It's just opinion,
right? And
so
that it's
crazy.
And
this
that
is,
it's just
this is what's handled by responses.
Imaginative, conjecture. So that's the major error, is that you're imagining that this is.
There's some other explanation, but it's still an opinion without evidence. It's just saying that our carbon date's wrong because it's not related to the human activity stuff.
This is opinion, dude.
And
it's
the other comments that saying our carbon date could be like a random remains from the bioorganism and stuff, but the statement is just really limited. There is no evidence, there's no data, and it's just like they don't read our papers.
Right, they didn't read it. It seems like
it's just saying what their opinion.
Right,
that's it.
Right.
Yeah,
So you come back and you say through meticulous surface exposure analysis, trenching, core drilling, and geophysical surveys, we unveiled a multi-layer structure atop an ancient volcanic hill. Features such as the orientation and arrangement of columnar rocks strongly suggest deliberate human intervention in constructing these layers, distinct from the natural geological formations. And you're a geologist looking at this.
Same thing as the hunting
while
wall.
acknowledging
Very
the
similar.
concerns raised, we believe they may lack a comprehensive understanding of our detailed analysis, evidence, analysis, and interpretations. Our aim is to provide a more accessible explanation for non-specialists to grasp our findings. So basically, these guys aren't experts.
Yes, we do provide more figures and explanation.
Right. Yeah, if there was a, say, geologist or someone who had maybe seen a site like this before or worked in a site like this before, then maybe they could be considered an expert. But these guys are just flat out trying to control a narrative from the United States. So, and then where do we go to? I will, confirming the receipt of your email, will forward to the editors and investigators on the case. You say thank you. They write you back and said, please address these key issues that I have summarized from the statements. The visual observations are considered by experts as
telling us
as
Considered by
imaginative.
experts.
without explanation.
Dude, that's
So-
such a cop out. Come on, man. Oh,
So he went back to them and asked them to really just give me bullet points. Just
That's
make
right.
this really easy. Make this, help me understand this. And he's like, and so they came back to him and he copy and pasted this from them. The visual observations are considered by experts as imaginative and conjectural. The radiocarbon dates are considered to be misappropriated. The soil samples contain no associated cultural materials, no archaeological artifacts of anything connecting them to humans, and so they only date the natural materials that make up the soils. So
dude,
that's their
what you do. That's what happened at the hunting wall. Like nobody has picked up on the hunting wall comparison. I want to go through the paper more. I can't do that. I wish I had it prepared for this, but I probably should have. Whatever. I didn't realize I'd be making this many comparisons to it. I already watched this, so I should have, but regardless.
whole argument. Is there a page 2? Is there a point 4? Yeah. The dates may not even accurately date the soils, which are notoriously difficult to date. Okay. So they clearly have a narrative that humans weren't capable of this or weren't doing this anywhere, even though humans have been here for hundreds of thousands of years, as intelligent as we are today. They've got it in their minds that humans weren't capable of this. And so they're saying that you're using your imagination and you're just speculating, and that this isn't science because you're just speculating, that this is just a geological coincidence that all of these stones and all of this material between the stones that was used as mortar, it naturally formed there without humans doing any of this. Right.
Yeah, that's what they're telling us.
And so your point is, well, let's talk about this. Let's get this out into the public and okay, here's the paper. That's what this paper is supposed to do. It's supposed to provoke thought, and it's supposed to allow people from all sides, including the critics, to voice their concerns after it's been peer-reviewed and accepted. The critics can come in and from the outside and express their concerns, and we can talk about it. We can debate.
Science advances.
Right. This is how science advances. But to have the critics come in, Flint and his friends come in and have the whole thing pulled and just completely yanked from people's ability to take it seriously. I know you can still read it, but people's ability to take it seriously as a scientific paper, that's censorship, and that's not science. That's pseudoscience. No. That's really bad for advancing our understanding of what our ancient ancestors were capable of. Yeah. So that's frustrating, man. I am feeling your frustration.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's you've been dealing with this for a long time. Yeah. So okay. So you go back at him then, and you explain the visual observations and that they were meticulously conducted by a diverse multidisciplinary team consisting of geologists, petrologists, geophysicists, archaeologists, architects, geographers, and civil engineers. You go through and explain this in painstaking detail again. Again, you've already done
because it just our explanation is just they don't hear it. It's
right.
Repeating the major error again and again without further explanation.
Right.
So I have to explain it again and again.
Right. Which is already in the paper.
It's in the paper.
It's all in the paper.
Sure.
Yeah. So that's frustrating. And then it comes back, and so you go into detail, 3 pages long of detail, and then he says, we appreciate your response. I'll forward it to the editors and be in touch. So he's like, I'm over this pretty much. And he's like, it's already closed is kind of what he's saying. And then you...
Yeah, I think like on that section, it's just like close this discussion, but we just want to give them more like a complete explanation. I just make additional information and figures to him,
right?
You know, just for the final, our final answer, just to make sure that we have explained everything to them. So we know from the start that we'll end up with the retraction, whatever we say, but we want to make sure that we have explained everything to them.
Right. Okay. So he comes back and says we would. I've attached the detailed comments from our 4 experts, and you still don't know who these 4 experts are for sure. One of them's Flint, obviously, right? One of them's
I don't know.
I have attached the more detailed comments from 4 experts who contacted the editors.
Yeah, it's got to be. And then what is this? You're coming back with a final response
regarding the. Okay, so this is a response. We appreciate your email. As this investigation constitutes post-publication expert critiques, please clarify where we stand within the outlined procedure. You mentioned submitting our response to the editors and investigators. Could you elaborate on whether the editors assembled these investigators or if they are independent experts designated for this investigation? Regarding the 4 experts, like experts is so broad. This is a multidisciplinary, like multiple different fields we're working on this. Like what makes them an expert? That's why you need to know who they are. Who raised concerns encompassing archaeology, geology, geophysics, and carbon dating. Could you provide clarity on which expert corresponds to expert A, B, C, and D? Understanding their backgrounds and expertise would assist us in comprehending their opinions in line with their respective fields. This makes perfect sense. You don't get an expert that's a food scientist to tell you anything about geology. It doesn't make sense.
Regarding our 4 experts who raised concerns encompassing archaeology, geology, blah, 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 would you provide clarity on which experts corresponds to A, B, C, D?
Yeah.
Understanding their backgrounds and expertise. Right. Yeah. Why are these people actually experts? The people who just got my paper retracted, who are they? What's their background? Why are they experts? Right. Additionally, could their identities be disclosed to facilitate a more informed understanding of their perspectives? Right. Maybe you could even talk to them. I mean, maybe that would help. You know,
I think that's on that letter, on that email, he said that, this is not about the post-publication critic. We already have decided that it will be retracted. It's failed under that retraction procedure from the beginning. That's what he said. Which is weird. So they have decided to retract it before they discuss it with us. So
right. And then it was leaked to another disconcerting aspect is the premature leak of this investigation to the public via an article in Nature by Deani Lewis from November 28th, 2023. To provide an effective and substantiated response, we humbly request detailed information outlining the specific concerns raised by the third-party experts or the precise findings on major scientific errors put forth by the co-editors. Okay, so you guys go back and forth right up until the
real
date
reason,
of
probably.
the retraction, and
Yeah.
you're saying the same thing, they're saying the same thing, and at the end of the day, they're like,
Yeah.
"With this is retracted,"
Yes.
and it's and end of story. No,
Yes.
doesn't your arguments are. We wanted to hear your arguments, but they don't really matter. We're going to retract it anyway.
That's right.
And so what's going through your mind at this point?
Disbelief. I know. That it's disbelief that we like shocked that this kind of thing that could happen in scientific world, in academic, and people who do that is one of the top journals. Really, is the respective scientific publishers. So how they allow this censorship to happen? There are a major media for scientific advances, but they also doing censorship to prevent science to advance.
Right.
So it's shocking. It's very it's extraordinary. It's never happened. Maybe.
What so what was the story about getting that this got leaked to the media? What happened there?
Well, that's also the mystery to me, is that it's like.
Okay, guys, I need to take a quick break because I need to use the bathroom. We've been going for 3 hours and 10 minutes, but I'm going to keep going after that. Oh, yes, people liked my fingerprints of the neckbeards. Yeah, like fingerprints of the gods, but less cool. Don't leave while I'm gone, please, or do. I'm not your dad, but I will be right back, and we're going to finish up the rest of this, even if it takes 5 hours, which it probably will, but, yeah, thanks again. Subscribe, like the video. Go to the Patreon while I'm in the bathroom, or don't. I'm not your dad. Oh, everyone's still here. The crabs, I can't do the crabs anymore, unfortunately, because the crabs are copyright protected. I don't know how I feel about copyright protecting a meme, but somebody did write the song, and I guess it became a meme. So, whatever. It's his right, but I can't use it anymore. And now I don't know why that helps him. I'm at the point where he went off screen 8 minutes ago. Vingo, why are you 8 minutes behind? Yeah, I'm back. R.I.P. Crab Rave. Yeah. No, it's
unintentionally.
I took a few minutes to talk to my girlfriend.
Just the reporters asking and just unintentionally spoken by that journal editors, Elin.
Hold up. We're just going to go back a little bit so we can remember where we were.
Advances, but they also doing censorship to prevent science to advance.
Right.
So it's shocking. It's very it's extraordinary. It's never happened. Maybe.
What? So what was the story about getting that this got leaked to the media? What happened there?
Well, that's also the mystery to me, is that it's like unintentionally, just the reporters asking and just unintentionally spoken by that journal editors, Aaron Wayne, or there's an intention, purpose to be leaked before the investigation began.
Yeah,
so,
there was, There was an intentional
worldwide
leak,
has been talk about this investigation, this major error in our paper before the investigation finished, right? So, so it's like supporting the pressure in that investigation to us, because all the the experts just like painting us that you are wrong.
So what is going to prove that you're right about this? I mean, drilling down into that unit 3, I guess, right? I mean,
well, I would say that if our article is still the proof that we are doing right. There's no major error in the paper.
No, there's not.
Of course, there are always weaknesses in
they
the
don't agree with
science
the conclusion.
We are limited by the fund. We are limited by the time. So it always need further exploration. Yeah. So like right now, I would really hope that we could do further studies, so then we could prove further that what we have been discovered is true,
evidence.
And we could find much more information about these interesting sites, including the chamber, for example. That our big hope to find something on the chambers that might tell us about that lost history.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting with the chamber and potentially tunnels connecting the chambers. I mean, you see that all over the world, really. I mean, you see it on the Giza Plateau.
That's right. There's chambers and lots of tunnel on it.
Right,
yeah.
right.
And also water.
Right, right.
The Gunang Padang also has a big water reservoir, or water aquifer, just right beneath the sites, which is very interesting.
How far beneath the chambers is the aquifer?
From the top, the aquifer is it's more than 70 meters. The chambers is from 30 to 60 meters. Okay. So a few tens meters below the chambers.
So the chambers could potentially bump right up to the aquifer.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sure.
So that's the same thing that you see in
underwater,
Kuyu,
not even doing a well, just going
Turkey,
down all the way
where
to
you've
it.
got this underground city and there's an aquifer below it, and they're
I don't know that.
Yeah, they're tapping into the ancient people were tapping into the water supply below, and they had ventilation.
The water in Gunang Padang is very good water.
Right.
It's an energetic water.
It is not ethical if it's personal on behalf of Dibble, but you can't prove
I
that,
always drink that
obviously.
water because there's a leak water from from that chamber
From
to
the drilling, they drilled into
to
it and the
outside.
water leaked.
Okay.
That people consider that as a sacred water.
Okay.
So we usually drink that before we going up.
Right. Right.
So the water from in
there's,
there is
Darren
considered
Kuyu.
sacred.
But so people could
he
have
was talking
been
about
living
Gunang
here and
Padang.
using this and drinking this water and making this place home for tens of thousands of years potentially.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, who knows? But this is why we need to research the site, right?
Sure.
And to learn about it.
Yeah.
There's just underground tunnels that I think people knew about in the region of in the Sacred Valley in Sacsayhuaman that were just recently made public
that's a
and discovered.
tunnel. That's very interesting.
It's super interesting. Yeah. I mean, I was there in November and you see little caves and little entrances and it's like, well, where does that go? And where does that go? So the locals knew about this and have known about this for probably hundreds of years. But yeah, it's just final.
There's many of those cases, by the way, when like locals know about a place, but it's not like known to the wider Western world. Some smaller, some smaller.
Announced that this exists, but it's a similar type of a thing. It's like, when did all of these underground caves and tunnels and chambers, when were they built? When did people need to move underground? And potentially, we talked a little bit about catastrophes and Younger Dryas last night at dinner. Do you think that potentially that some of this underground stuff could have been built in response to catastrophes and above ground conditions being suboptimal?
He's asking him to speculate. Not going to help.
Yeah, that's very
not
good.
Not going to help in the eyes of certain detractors.
Very important question actually. That underground chamber, if we look at that like physically on the site, it's like belong to the Unit 3 or older. Unit 3 is like 16,000 or older. That means the chambers is already there on the Ice Age before the Younger Dryas. So it has been existed before the Younger Dryas, the chambers.
Yeah, stratigraphy again.
So I would say that it's not used for hiding from the catastrophe in this case, but it's used for something else. So my impression of this, I think it's very potential. There's a very valuable stuff on the chambers that come from
variable stuff,
very ancient, like the.
Well, this is total speculation about what's in it.
Before the catastrophe, before the Younger Dryas, still, it has considered that as more ancient because it's 16,000 older, right? So it has been there, and then perhaps the catastrophe occurred, the apocalypse, at the end of the Younger Dryas, and then the Unit 3 construction is abandoned for a very long time, and then people come again after the catastrophe, about 10,000 years ago, to Gunang Padang and build that Unit 2 structures. Yeah, so. To me, the chambers is not connected to Unit 2, that's after the Younger Dryas, but connected to the civilization before the Younger Dryas. So it's more ancient.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah. So what are kind of next steps then? In terms of like, what do you hope to accomplish next? What's your plans for 2025?
Yeah. So we have a good sign from the new government, especially from the new Minister of Cultures, Fadli Zon, that he would like to continue research in Gunang Padang. So if that happens, I'm hoping that this year would happen. So I will go back to Gunang Padang and start the research again.
God, I hope so.
So I would think that we will maybe we do some more geophysical stuff. Especially the seismic tomography, but the 3D seismic tomography that they haven't done yet. 3D
seismic tomography.
To pinpoint, to image more precise about that construction, the underground construction, and the chambers also, more precisely, the depth and the shape, the size. And I think we will do the drilling. Last time we we have the core drilling, but it's like an old core drilling. It's not that good, so it's not very easy to drill that very hard rock.
You know, it's hard to get funding for archaeology in general, and it's usually from governments, but it's especially hard in a country like Indonesia, which has much less funds. It's not as rich as Europe and North America are.
And we couldn't drill like from the site. The drilling from the site need very good drilling. So in the future, I'm hoping that we could have a good drilling equipment to drill right into the chamber and to see what's in it.
And then put the camera in. They were talking.
And then the next step, I think we have to do the very comprehensive excavation, the archaeological excavation from all of the sites. So to explore the Unit 2 and Unit 3.
So he's talking about excavating, actually digging in and seeing what's in those units. So he's describing years, maybe decades of work in this, in what he's saying here. It sounds simple, but it is decades of work, honestly.
We will have a complete understanding of the structures, because we know, lots of things, but we also don't know lots of things about the Unit 2 and Unit 3. So we really have to do to study further about the structures and also the ages, because if we have more excavation, that means we will have a chance to get a better samples to be dated. Maybe not just radiocarbon dating, but also other carbon dating method, other dating method like OSL or cosmogenic dating.
What would it take to get your?
Yes, the site needs an endoscopy
to get your paper reinstated.
Legal argument. I think if we do the further studies on that, and we could prove it's right, and we have another publication papers that showing it's really the man-made structures, then I think there's no alternative. The journal has to reinstate the paper.
They have to not legally, but
take the
for their reputation,
I would say.
So what's stopping you from going a legal route in order to get the paper reinstated?
Oh yeah. Also, we think also about that. But if we would like to do legal procedures with the journal,
I thought he said
then we need a lawyer.
He said procedures, and they need a lawyer.
We need money. We don't have money.
Okay. So would it be a lawyer in Indonesia?
Maybe, but the lawyer needs to understand about the international law and need to understand also about this publishing stuff. Yeah. We have to have a good lawyer with a good understanding of the international law and the publishing stuff.
Okay. Yeah. I'm interested in that and attempting to get the paper reinstated. So maybe...
Dude, Matt is a baller. I love that. He's just like, yeah, I'm interested in that.
We talk offline a little bit and see if there's a way to connect and to help kind of push this forward a little bit.
He's like half offering, like he's got to be careful with how he's saying it because he can't promise anything, but like he's like half offering to like fund this international like legal argument to get his paper reinstated. Like, man, so cool. Danny, I'm sorry, not Danny. Well, Danny is also very cool, and I want his t-shirt. But Matt is one of the coolest guys, like absolute baller. It reminds me of he's giving me vibes of that like obviously not in the same field, but that like billionaire from Jurassic World, the Indian guy who dies in the helicopter crash, but or maybe it was Jurassic World 2. But regardless, he's reminding me of that guy who I thought was really cool in that movie. I gotta watch those movies. I love the old Jurassic Parks, but I think the new ones are good too.
But either through maybe that's an option through legal action to get your paper reinstated. But I mean, I think there's some opportunities with the funding for the drilling itself into that chamber, and
Dude,
funding for that potentially. It sounds like you need some help.
I want to have money to do that.
It sounds like
I don't know if I'll ever have it like that.
Well, I'm not committing to anything yet, but I
thank
mean,
you for
but it's intriguing, and I'd like to understand what it would really take to
a lot of
get
money.
the
A lot of money,
the
Matt.
ball move forward on this project. So those are two areas that could help. And then I feel like that artifact and any other artifacts that you guys have, that dagger looking artifact, testing that,
which is possibly an artifact.
That would be something
Artifact
that I would be
imply
interested
it's
in
like
doing
from
as
humans.
well, and as kind of figuring out ways to date that, to see if that is natural, or to see what it is, to see if it's man-made, and to see what it was potentially used for. So those would be three areas that I'd personally be interested in kind of connecting with you on after the show, once things settle down a little bit, and seeing if there's anything that could be done there to help.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, yeah. I mean, what did we miss? This is, I mean, it's, I guess, just to recap. I mean, you studied this site. You're an expert on this site. You're an expert. You've hired. You're working with a ton of experts. You put out an opinion. The opinion was accepted.
He has a PhD
it
from
was
Caltech,
published.
for God's
It was
sakes.
peer reviewed. And then you've got a couple of unnamed people who are not experts, who are claiming to be experts, saying that you're wrong, and without doing any work, without understanding anything about the site or your.
Yes, this is the definition, and it pretty much works. But in any like scientific field or any academic field in general, they're going to have their own definitions. But this essentially does fit in with the archaeological definition for it. I think it's probably slightly different, but they are talking about the archaeological definition.
Work. They're just telling you you're
what
wrong.
Jargon is.
They're getting your
from a
work.
specific field.
They got it retracted, and now you're sitting here like, what's going on, guys? I just put a lot of my life, energy, and
years,
work into getting this thing
years,
done.
by
so
the way.
That's kind of where we're at, right?
Yeah, after the field survey stopped in 2014, and it took me like 10 years to publish this
10
paper.
years.
And
he worked on the site for
during
10
that
years.
10 years period, I feel like I have a responsibility to publish that. I mean, lots of people asking, where is the publication? And I'm like, oh my God, I haven't got the time. I haven't been able to publish it. It's just like my burden, So when we finally can publish it, it's like, oh, this is it. I have done my responsibility, and now it's finished, done. So that's what I feel. But then this retraction come, and oh my God, so that's what I feel. But
that sucks.
Well,
he's like the
maybe
nicest guy. By the way, Indonesians in general, they're not like an angry people. Like, they're not known for that. They're very, very nice, kind people. The guys that Flint Dibble interviewed seemed to be pretty cruel and mean, but Danny just seems like a really, really nice, intelligent guy who's passionate about this. And it's just wrong how he was attacked. It's not fair. Obviously, nothing's fair, but regardless, it's not fair.
Make these cases become more interesting, more challenging, and I wouldn't stop. I will always fight.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Good. Well, good. Yeah, it's a fascinating story. Really appreciate and admire your work and everything that you've done, and your ability. I know that you'll continue to push it forward. I'd like to help if possible. If there's ways that we can collaborate, that I can kind of help you push the ball forward, I'd like to do that. I guess maybe my last question one of my last questions is
I'm not forgetting. Like, I guess they talked about the tsunami at the end, not the beginning. I thought it was at the beginning.
the Indonesia, the tsunami that occurred.
Okay, the very significant tsunami.
What was
this
what were
is
you
very
doing
significant
at the time, and what
to
was
his
it like
expertise.
in Indonesia when that happened?
Yeah, that's one of the very important part in my life, in my career. So
This was huge international news at the
doing
time.
my PhD study at Caltech from 1997 to 2003. So
Tsunami happened
I come back to Indonesia in 2003, August 2003.
2003
So like
is when
3
it happened.
months
2004
before
is
that.
when it happened.
Oh, no. 2004.
Yes.
So I finished my
2004.
PhD in 2003 December, but I come back home to Indonesia in 2004 August, 3 months before the tsunami in Aceh occurred.
A 9
So
magnitude
in
tsunami.
2003 and also after I come to
9.1, I
Indonesia in
think.
2004, I'm doing a lot of public education and public education. So I make lots of pamphlets, make lots of public speech about the danger of the earthquake and tsunami in West Sumatra. And
Or 9.2.
in December, from December 11 to December 20, there's a big meeting in the geoscience in.
Oh my God. It killed over 200,000 people in 14 countries, but I think the majority were in Indonesia.
San Francisco. It's called
Oh.
the American Geophysical Union Fall Meeting. So on that meeting, we presented our research on the megatrust, we call it, the subduction earthquake in West Sumatra, and about the potential tsunami earthquake. And I came back to Indonesia in December 24 at that time, and in December 24, and in December 26, I go to my office and sit in my office and would like to start my work again. And then suddenly my friend knocking my door in the office and then like yelled to me,
Yeah.
"Hey, Danny, do you know there's a big tsunami happened in..."
I moved to Indonesia like a year or two after this. My dad worked in Aceh afterwards. Like he was in like finance stuff. So he was helping them with like public finance. But yeah,
North Sumatra. I said, "What? Big tsunami?
big tsunami.
What magnitude?"
Big tsunami
They
is an
said
understatement.
in the news, it's like magnitude 8. I mean,
Which is
it's a
very, yeah. But as far as I know, and someone who has a science background, tell me below, like a real science, not like archaeology, a magnitude 9 is an order, it's like an order of magnitude. Oh, that's where order of magnitude comes from. An order of magnitude being like 10 times, right? It's like, and in a magnitude 9 is 10 times as strong as a magnitude 8. Is that correct?
Oh my God, it's really happened, So, and 1 hour later, it's not magnitude 8, but it's magnitude 9.1. So it's a big one. So I'm just shocked that I'm telling people that tsunami will happen, and it happened.
He predicted that tsunami. I didn't know that. I thought you couldn't do that. It's not my wheelhouse, obviously, but that's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
So from that time, I'm become like interviewed by lots of reporters, lots of television, and talking about tsunami. And
Well, it's an earthquake that causes the tsunami. I'm sorry. So it's a magnitude 9 point whatever earthquake, and that results in a tsunami of a similar, like, of a proportionate size, I guess, depending on other factors, I assume.
I start my career in the earthquake and tsunami science in Indonesia. Until now, I'm still doing my research in earthquake and tsunami still. But beside that, I also starting this geoarchaeological research, because I think in the earthquake and tsunami I have educate some people. My PhD student now has become a scientist earthquake and tsunami also in Indonesia, and they continue my research there in earthquake and tsunami. But still, I still have to be included on that research. But I would like to be more focused on this ancient heritage in the future. Maybe in 3 or 5 years, I would like to be refocusing my research on this geoarchaeology, which I think is also very important. It's very interesting. It become my passion to develop this research in Indonesia and worldwide, because I think in worldwide also, this the method that we apply to Gunung Padang is still, it's still not familiar. It's still not conducted. And I think it's will be very important to conduct similar methods to other big sites in worldwide. Yeah.
What else? Did we miss anything for today?
Yeah, maybe one thing but it's very, maybe a bit taboo to say.
We're going to talk about Atlantis.
But, we haven't talked about the Atlantis, right?
Okay, yep.
We call
That's
it
locked
taboo
in.
because Atlantis is considered like a myth,
Yeah.
unreal in the academic
Thank you,
words.
Big Rolling. And Emmanuel
You
for
know,
that. Can always count on you guys.
Stephen Oppenheimer is a genetic expert from UK, Oxford. He's been doctors in Indonesia for tens of years in Papua and then in Kalimantan. But then he very interested in Indonesian cultures, which has lots of variety. I mean, it's very rich in cultures.
It's a very large area.
It's richer than other South Asia countries. That's what he thinks. So he thinks that the Indonesia should be a center of the culture, something like that. So that motivated him to be applying his genetic scientist to the DNA research for the ancient heritage, and his publishing the book is called The Eden in the East. So that is about Sundaland in the Ice Age, showing that there is the civilization in the Ice Age in the Sundaland already. The sailing technology is started in Sundaland worldwide, like before 15,000. It's already sail technology. That's what the conclusion of the Stephen Oppenheimer's. I met him in Jakarta when he visited Indonesia, and I asked him jokingly, "Hey Stephen, I read your books. You think that Sundaland is like the Eden in the East in the Ice Age, but you never mentioned about Atlantis, even one word. Why is that? You believe in it?" I said, "Yeah, I do, but I couldn't say that." Why? Well, my colleagues will throw me a stone if I say that Atlantis. Yeah, but yeah. So if we assume that Plato
Sunderland.
tell about the real story about
Sunderland.
Atlantis, he described very detailed about the geographic, about the geologic, about the cultures of the Atlantis people. And if we compare that to Sundaland on the Ice Age, it's just like very similar. There's nothing different. It's like match, So I would say that Sundaland
they did.
fit the description of the Atlantis description in the Plato manuscript, Timaeus and Critias. It's just that. No interpretation. It's just that. If you read the manuscript and you compare to Sundaland, it fits. So that means I don't say that Atlantis in Indonesia, but I could say that Sundaland, it's very one of the ideal places in the world for exploring the Atlantis.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I feel like people get a little bit stuck on the concept of one city, or like Atlantis, or I mean, humans have been here for hundreds of thousands of years.
Right.
I mean, 300,000 years is probably the minimum at this point, and stuff just keeps getting older.
300
But I'm
300,000 years is the oldest current. It's just from a few years ago. Anatomically modern humans that have been found. Before that, it was like 200,000.
I mean, we could have been here for a million years or more.
Yeah.
And so focusing on one city or even one civilization is we're probably
agree with
missing
you.
the big picture.
Yeah, we are not looking for we are talking about Atlantis, we are not looking for like Ethiopia, but we are looking, exploring the lost civilization.
Right.
Our past.
Right. So at any single
And
year,
there's one interesting about Atlantis. In Sundanese language, Atlantis, it means the lost land because of submerged in the water. Atlantis in Sundanese word. So it means that, and I'm saying that the Atlantis is not, it may not be the real name of the kingdom. It's just the words that spoken by in the Egypt and then in Greek.
right?
But it might not be the real name of
Yeah,
the
for
kingdom.
sure.
Yeah.
I mean, there would have been multiple cities. There would have been probably multiple chances for humans to
Just like now.
to civilize.
Just like
right,
now.
right, exactly. Yeah. So when did that happen, and how many times throughout the last million years did that happen, where people had enough good weather and enough resources to come together as a group and to communicate across people and across land and to sail and to be connected? You know, I mean, it's probably happened a lot more than just, you know, one time with an Atlantis. It's probably happened, you know, dozens of times over the last million years or more. Yeah. So, yeah, it's interesting to think about and to go down that rabbit hole. And certainly when you look at Indonesia and you look at where it is on the equator, and when you look at where the sea level would have been for the last million years, I mean, you're talking about prime real estate. And then you've got Gunang Padang that is right overlooking a beautiful lake that's in the middle of this area that was above water. It's like the perfect real estate for humans to occupy and just be in just the most incredible, tranquil, beautiful place on earth. And so of course people were there. Of course they were building stuff. And to say that we know for a fact, even though we've never been there, we've never looked at the site, we've never dug there, we don't even know how to spell Indonesia, but yet we guarantee you that that this was not made by humans. I mean, it's the ego involved in that, and just the blind belief that's involved in their version of reality that doesn't include humans doing anything prior to 2,500 years ago is it's repulsive. It's really sad and sick that they would take an opportunity to silence and to retract, to effectively eliminate an incredible amount of evidence, an incredible body of work is pretty sick. It's pretty sick.
And I agree. I think it's very serious and it's very wrong. And I hate that this happened to Danny. He didn't deserve this. And it's ridiculous. And I disagree with JT on that. JT is a good guy. I disagree with him on this particular thing. Although, you know, him bringing up, for those of you who are here, like, you know, maybe there are issues that the paper is not worthy of publication, but at the same time, so are a bunch of other ones, and they don't get retracted. So what's up with that? What's up with that?
That's why I was so excited to get you into town to talk about this and to figure out to really dive into this. Yeah,
it's good to have an opportunity to speak to people around the world about this stuff, about this very interesting stuff. I mean, I think more people now realize that our history, our human history, is far more interesting than we thought before. Full of mystery, full of exciting. I mean, every time we discuss about these things, about this ancient world, it's like taking all of my my thought, my feeling. It's like attracted to it. It's funny though when there's a colleague of mine who say to me that when you discuss about the earthquake and
JT just wasn't talking about that. He was only discussing, and we could talk about why he was only discussing that aspect, but he was only discussing the reasons why it would deserve retraction. But I think that's the wrong conversation. Clearly, if you were here when we were having that text to talking conversation about the issues with the paper, because it really, what we need is to know what was in the paper that isn't in other papers that makes it amongst all of the papers deserve retraction.
tsunami, and
that's a
your
much more
face
difficult
is like,
question.
well, it's like flat. There's nothing. But when we say, and when you talk about this ancient stuff, Gunang Padang, and I saw your face like, it's like, and that is probably like representing, myself, and I'm always excited to talk about this stuff because it's really exciting.
It is.
Yeah, JT didn't do anything wrong.
Sure. Yeah, and it needs to be
that's
explored.
just a separate
Yes.
conversation.
It needs to be talked about. It needs to be explored if we're ever going to make any progress on understanding our ancient history.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So good for you for doing it. Keep doing it. Keep fighting. Keep
I will.
Yeah, good for you. Good for you. No, it's good, important work that you're doing, and if there's not people out there like you that are exploring things with an open mind, and it's one thing to explore things when you already know the answer. You're exploring things. If you think that you already know the answer, and your mind is not open, your mind is closed based on your beliefs, then you're just going to find evidence to support what you already believe. And that's what's happening with these people that are debunking and detracting from the work. But you're going in and you're talking about possibilities with an open mind and reporting scientifically on what it is that you're seeing and studying and analyzing with other scientists. So again, it's great work, and I can't wait to hear more about it at the Cosmic Summit and to hear more, to see where this goes. And if I can be any help in this process to push your work forward and to hopefully learn something about our history, then let's connect. And,
exactly.
And
Big
let's figure it out. So, yeah, I mean, any other thoughts before we wrap up?
I think that's all.
Okay.
Thank you, Matt.
Very welcome. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
thanks
thank
for
you,
coming
Matt.
on the show, and thanks for
Everyone
traveling
say thank
across
you
the
to
world
Matt.
to
Give him
come see me and
subscription if you
to
don't
come
already.
talk about this. It's
Subscribe to
a
him.
big deal, so I appreciate your effort very much.
Thank you.
Good. All right. Thank you, Ryan.
I'd love to make the Cosmic Summit too. I would just go. I'm going to the thing in April with Graham Hancock, his Graham Hancock talk. I would go to Cosmic Summit. I don't have the spare money to pay for that trip when I have that April trip, and then one other trip that I actually can't talk about, but you will hear about later, right after that. So I cannot afford a third one. It's just a little unreasonable with the amount of money that I'm making right now, which is fine. It's okay. I'm going to grow over time, but having 2 business trips in 1 year and probably a third later on is about my limit for finances at the time. And I'm grateful that I'm able to do that even. But yeah, that reminded me of the April trip. It's Worldview Media. I posted about it. It's a talk in Sedona, Arizona. For people that want to go, I'll be there. I've had somebody already reach out to me. Oh, somebody reached out to me and it went to my Twitter DMs, and I need to respond to them. I forgot to do that, but I'll be there. Give me a follow. If you'd like to support the show and you want to get a little bit of extra content, please sign up for the Patreon. So maybe I can afford in the future to do it. But no, I'm a far way off. But regardless, sign up for the Patreon if you want to support the show. I appreciate it. Or as a YouTube member. This one is actually going to stay up for everybody. It's my unthemed streams that get pulled down just because they're not as good for the algorithm. Unless you pay for it. Unless you pay for the $5 a month for the Patreon or the YouTube membership, that'll give you access to the full VODs when they're unthemed, which I'm going to do weekly on Wednesday from now on. Yeah, I'm going to try to make that happen. Yeah, check out my Elizabeth Weiss episode. Elizabeth Weiss, physical anthropologist who got shut down just for doing her literal job, and she kind of, whistleblows from the inside. She's now on the outside because she was forced out. But check that out. That's on the channel. Find me on Twitter. whatever. Please help me. Support or don't. It's fine. It's plenty of support just to like the video, subscribe, and comment. I love interacting with everybody in the live comments, but also comment on the actual video when I stop going live. I'd appreciate that. Which is most helpful to me, Patreon or YouTube? Actually, Patreon is, because they take a smaller cut. So if it doesn't matter to you, do the Patreon, and it's the same price. It's $5 a month. If you want to support, if you can, it's the same price, but I get more of the Patreon. So yes, Patreon is my preferred option. It's also disconnected from YouTube, so it's like separated from my other income. So it's good to have them separated in case for some reason something happens to the YouTube at all. I could get banned, and then the YouTube membership money is gone. So yeah, Patreon would be better if you want to support me, if you have the means to do so, but it's absolutely not expected. I want to make that clear. Any donations or financial support is not like it's, there's a word for it. It's not obligatory. It's, there's a word in philosophy for it. I just appreciate it, but you don't have to do it. But thank you so much, Shermanator, for $5. I appreciate that very much for your donation. It means a lot to me, brother. And thanks everybody for participating in the comments. Grace be with me. Thank you. And also with you. Yeah. Hey, look, it will be then when I'm not look, if you don't have enough money to support yourself, if you don't have spare income, do not give me any money. I'm good. I'm good. I'm not thriving, but I'm good. I'm good. So don't like, please don't feel pressured for any reason to do it if you can't afford it. But I appreciate it if you are willing and you have the means. If not, it helps me out plenty to just comment on the videos, like the videos, and subscribe. That's all I ask. And anybody who wants to donate or wants to get the extra content, I really appreciate that, and that's great. But it's not. I don't expect it. It's just it's your choice. Yeah, I've got good content if you can help. Yeah, thank you, Blue. One of my biggest supporters. I really appreciate it all from Blue. May Lucifer continue to light my path. No, the power of Christ compels you. Yeah. All right. So thanks everybody for coming. Check those things out. There's more content on the page. I got on Patreon right now, interviews early with Survive the Jive, Tom Rousell. That'll come out in about a month or 3 weeks from tomorrow. And then a week from tomorrow, a episode on group dynamics with two psychology guys. And both of those have extra parts in them that will not be included in the video when they're released publicly. Yeah, those are, and that's something I'm going to try to do more often now to incentivize the Patreon more. But most of the information will still be on the full release episodes. They're just not as early, and they have that little extra piece in them. Yeah, the group dynamics episode was great. I mean, it was great for anthropology. Really likes those guys. One of them's Irish, one of them's American. But yeah, thanks so much. Like the video. When I end this, comment on the actual video if you can, if you want to support me. That is a lot of support, and I appreciate it. Help me out with this crappy algorithm that we have to, well, it's not crappy. It does a pretty good job, but it also, just comment on the video. All right, bye everybody. I'm going to go to bed. I'll see you all tomorrow at 8 p.m. for 5 till midnight on every Monday, and Wednesday for the unthemed stream.